except with 25% less silly-dilly. Let's go. Alright, so right off the bat here, we gotta take care of these first couple of troopers. They're gonna block us from advancing. So I'm gonna take a kind of weird-looking fight here, so that I can avoid exiting combat. As long as I do it right. Here we go. Slash. It does look like it takes me a while to attack there, but that's because whenever a screen is loaded in, your shoulder buttons aren't active, so you can't get to your shortcuts immediately. All your face buttons are active, however. So in a fight like that, I can just start rolling immediately. While any other fight where I actually need to use an attack after a load screen, there's going to be a little bit of a buffer in between the inputs. Like right there was none, because there wasn't a load screen right before combat. I could just walk into it. So it is something you do need to be aware of. Sometimes you'll see me misinputting because I'm being greedy with my attacks. You need to ride a very fine line of inputting immediately in some fights and not inputting too soon. It's kind of awkward to explain. So we grabbed that crate because it has MP recovery in it. There are some crates in the game that guaranteed have a Mako Stone in them, which is a 10% MP recovery of your max MP. Notice the dog won't die to the ice here, but then dies anyway. Spells do have an area of effect. Lightning and wind is a lot smaller of an area, but ice and fire are pretty wide. Blizzard and fire, not so much. The raw and gas spells, so tier 2 and tier 3, have pretty wide AoE, so you can reliably get multi-hits in given situations. Early game enemies are too weak, so fire will just kill everything, so we won't get multi-hits. But because ice creates ice cubes before they explode, we'll often get multi-hits. That's part of the reason why we're using it right now. Also, ice's gimmick is to stagger, and with ATB stagger, we get a ton of ATB. Right now, we're going to be riding Ice Magnify and Lightning. Early game, we don't have a lot of gauntlet fights, at least in Chapter 1. So for the most part, we don't need to use the stagger that much to get where we need to go. We more or less use it to kill the dogs, because they otherwise are very difficult to kill. This is one of the few, like, multi-wave fights here. We're just going to move to the left here with Barret and throw a Catastrophe. As long as I target B and moving forward and left a little bit here, Catastrophe will hit everything, as long as I don't go too far down the stairs. Otherwise, the mono drives spawn in really goofily, and like their hitbox won't spawn in properly. We're gonna have to wait a couple of seconds here, but not too much. Oops. Well, it is what it is. Pretty decent laser cycle. As long as I don't have to wait for those first two lasers both, it's not that bad. This is actually really good. Floor 3, though. I kind of skimped out at the end there and got scared. Didn't want to bonk on the wall if I could avoid it. So we want to Thunder right here twice, and you may notice Barret's casting Thunder again. Wait, what? How is he casting Thunder? I didn't tell him to do that. Well, maybe you may have noticed I didn't tell him to do that. What's actually happening here is I have Synergy Lightning equipped. The rest of that was all a bunch of facade acting that was completely superfluous. But he has Synergy Lightning equipped. Synergy will follow up any offensive action you take with the character you're in control of with a tier 1 copy of the linked spell. So any one of the 4 elements and poison. Poison takes like 5 seconds to explode and actually hit the enemy, so we never get to use that, unfortunately. It won't do it for any of the debuffs, even if we equip like slow or binding. It wouldn't sleep or slow the enemy, unfortunately. Would be an interesting use, but we really want a lot of damage, so Synergy is really busted. The thing is, Synergy used to require A to be an MP to use, and that's been changed now to be free. That's unfortunate. So this is the worst outcome. You see kind of how it took me a long time to get down the ladder? That's because I got a 6-second fleet timer there. And interactables take a while to load after a fight's complete. So getting a long fleet timer there loses additional time, unfortunately. This ATB's not bad. That's still fine, actually. Luckily, we got high damage and good ATB, so that phase went a little bit quicker. Might blow up in my face here, though. Thundiga will land right after Catastrophe if I do the right movement here. So you may have noticed that I stopped attacking there. I just hit the button once. When you're in Punisher stance, a single attack input will cause Cloud to do 4 swings back to back. You can cancel out after the second one, which will come up later. But as of right now, that's why I wasn't attacking. The 4th swing has got a really buggy hitbox, so you have to do that to make sure it actually lands. It's kind of hard to explain, but the game is bad. It's just bad, unfortunately. That critical could have meant some more, the phase go a little bit quicker if Barrett's damage wasn't so bad, but unfortunately that's not the case. It may look like I'm rapidly running out of MP, because I was using spells to get in here. How am I going to have enough to get out? Well, guess what? This is all I need, actually. We only have to take care of a couple of enemies to clear the rest of the area, so we don't need any more than this. We also have a, I believe, 50% boosted MP recovery rate because of Mithril Saber, and we're going to have to do a lot of running, so we'll recover quite a bit of MP just getting to the top floor to take the elevator out of here. This is one of the few fights we can't run from here, so we're going to try and take them out. It's going to look a little bit wonky if I do this right. Yep, there we go. That's actually correct, whether it looks like it or not. It's a little bit faster to miss the first slash on purpose and then bounce off the other two. You could also try and do it horizontally and slash towards the wall to save a little bit of time, but it's a lot easier to look for Cloud to fully turn around. The auto-targeting in this game is suspect at best. There's some places we can use it to our advantage, but more often than not, it will be a deficit and something we have to go out of our way to fight an uphill battle with. But it is what it is. So for now, we have Lightning Elemental and Ice Magnify. That'll be enough to clean up everything. These early game enemies really aren't strong enough. Ice being able to trigger ATB Stagger to give us ATB every time we stagger an enemy is incredibly powerful. And not only that, the dogs that are normally very hard to kill are weak to ice. So if we choose the right level of spell, we can one-shot them. You may have noticed right there I kind of changed the camera to a weird angle, and then the game adjusted it a bit. There's a lot of places where the game wants us to look at something. If I tweak it ahead of time, I'll avoid the game taking away control. That right there was me doing what I was talking about. I opened up the tactical menu because I tried to triple slash, which is R1X, too soon, and because of the load menu, the R1 was not available. Don't shoot me. Sometimes the sweeper can shoot you there, and it's not fun. Not a big issue, it's just not fun. Oh, this is actually great. Getting that to slash across that floor saves a pretty decent chunk of time, honestly. Thundaga. Get him. Get him, Barrett! There you go. Hit. I'm kind of stalling out here to make sure that the catastrophe kills everything proper. I could have gotten to the door a little bit quicker, but I didn't want to lose this Chapter 1. Unfortunately, regardless of how good your Chapter 1 is, you are wholly dependent on something in Chapter 2. It's very unfortunate. I'll explain it in a little bit. Need to focus for a menu. Okay. So what we did there is we took Goddardumrung off Barrett, which was giving him a free limit at the start of every fight. Catastrophe is good, but it takes about 15 seconds to fully resolve. And its damage is actually in 4 hits, so it takes 5 seconds to start up, and 10 seconds for all 4 of those hits. It's based on physical, and because Barrett's stats are just bad, it's really not a good fit for him. So we put Goddardumrung on Tifa instead and give him Fury Ring. That'll give him a permanent Berserk, which Cloud already has, and that'll give him a 30% damage bonus. He'll take 30% more damage, but Barrett's designed to be a tank. Unfortunately, Berserk is really needed for Cloud and Aerith, who are mainly our damage dealers, specifically magic-wise, which turns them into very glass cannon-y characters, so like, in any boss fight, any 1, 2, or 3 hits can combo us. And there's very few fights where you only get hit once. We took off Skill Master, which was giving me ATB every 3 different named moves we used. Magnify does not affect that. You can't go fire a magnify, fire or something, or braver, fire a magnify. Those count as 2 moves, not 3. So every time you use a third named move in there, so if you went fire, or braver, it would activate all 3 of them, blade burst, whatever. We changed it out for refocus because we won't be activating Skill Master. Skill Master is something either we use really late in the game because there's a very complex set of enemies, so we can juggle between 3 different commands, or boss fights where we can juggle between 3 different commands but get the same amount of damage that we need. We removed our elemental and deleted it, actually, rather than giving it to Barret for a very specific reason. That keeps the elemental equipped to the rest of Cloud's weapons, so that all of them have it. Cloud is very flexible in terms of magic or physical damage, so elemental does a lot of work on him when we have it equipped to other stuff. And there's a magical-oriented cheese strat, I guess you could say, that depends on your magic damage, so the elemental is very beneficial in that case. We put MP Absorb Fire on instead, and we removed our lightning shortcuts for Fire, Blizzard Magnify, and Thunder on Barret, since he no longer has 3 catastrophes. We're going to do a weird menu here, and I'll explain it after. So I switched to graphics mode here, and will it pay off? Okay. So, in this cutscene, pseudo-cutscene, Sephiroth is supposed to spawn in. For some reason in the Intergrade, so PS5, PC version, he can fail to spawn in. If we change to graphics mode, it lowers the frame rate, which I suspect hinders the checks for his spawning animation, pretty much. We'll wait to this corner, and... wrong, yes. Okay, I thought I was in the wrong menu. We switch back to performance there, because even if he spawns in at this point, he'll get stuck out of bounds. He won't be able to get back in, because he'll spawn in behind this garbage and not be able to click through the debris. The thing is, in this alleyway, there's a cutscene flag that will stop Cloud, cover his eyes, stand still for a bit, and then start walking forward about half of his speed. But it only happens when Sephiroth's model is in this alleyway. Luckily, we got out of Chapter 1, Chapter 2 today, so let's not screw everything up. It saves about 22 seconds if it happens naturally, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. Changing to graphics mode, obviously, will lose you some of that time because of the menuing in and out of it. It's even harder menuing out of graphics mode because the game runs at 30 frames per second. It's gonna take your inputs at half the speed because it's only reading every 30 frames rather than every 60. So getting into graphics mode isn't all that difficult. Getting out of graphics mode, however, can be very difficult. Getting a clean graphics menu, or a clean swap back to performance can be very difficult. That's the only place where we will be using that, though. As far as I know, it doesn't affect the stream quality or anything, but I guess I'll have to test it at limit break to make sure that's not an issue. So we gotta be careful in this area. A lot of these enemies we can one-shot, but if we attack them too aggressively, the devs put in a soft lock prevention that'll lock their HP at 1. So if we attack too soon, we will fail to kill pretty much everything. That was really dicey doing it that way. I usually use ATB boost there, but since I had perfect ATB, I did it anyway. Oh, that's going to be annoying as hell. Yeah, that actually saved time, though, thankfully. Nice. Okay. I have enough ATB to clean up the rest of the fight, too. Cross slash here may seem greedy, but it actually works out because these shock troopers take forever to be killable. So cross slash works out perfectly there. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, it should be fine. I'll knock it back into the ice. Normally you want to just walk over to the ladder here, but I was pretty sure I knocked him out of the range of Blizzard, so I was knocking him back into it so that he'd die with the Blizzard from the other one. So that was a pretty strong fountain area. Normally I ATB boost after I pass the checkpoint that spawns the enemies that drive in at the end there. That's why, like, I kind of delayed for a second and then attacked at the dog and cast Blizzard there. I normally ATB boost because passing a very specific set of lampposts is where the trigger is to spawn the next wave of enemies. Has nothing to do with killing the dogs early. You do need the dogs dead, though, to spawn the sharpshooters, though. Okay, don't shoot me. You are, but I'm asking you not to. That's unfortunate. Please don't shoot. Yo! Ah, dude! I asked too many times. The game is on me. Oh, I got lucky there. That could have been really awful. Okay, and now we're just going to try and roll into the next fight and hope this works out. Pretty good, Scanton, pretty good. Triple fire right here, I think? Yeah, we'll go with triple. Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, wow, that was a really solid first 2 chapters. I'm gonna put this timer away before it pokes my eyes out. Do the Japanese voice? Yeah, I normally play in English, but one of my donation incentives is language change. I've only ever done it once before, but ever since then, I've found a few, like, English, voice-related, how do I want to put this? Lines that help me do movement a little bit more efficiently and early rather than reacting to a visual cue. So I'm just testing to make sure that I can still do it even with the Japanese one. I tried doing the French, and, like, Tifa's voice actor grunts super heavy when she's supposed to be doing, like, movement. So it's super obnoxious. I'm half tempted to take French off, but I guess it's part of the struggle. I'll have to turn down the VA sound effects. Hello? There we go. But yeah, it's just some practice to get used to the foreign languages and not have it bug me. Yeah, like... So, this is more so why we have ice. As you noticed in those previous areas, I would cast a spell, use ATB, and then it would go back up. That's actually ice, staggering enemies, and staggering takes place before you kill anything. So every time I cast ice, it'll always trigger ATB stagger as long as the enemy would get staggered from the spell, which is really easy since that's kind of its gimmick. Edward's younger brother? Okay. Oh, Alphonse from Full Metal Alchemist. Yep. I didn't think he was that bad. Interesting. So what we did there is we swapped out our ice and fire for lightning, so we can do Fast Boulevard a little bit easier. Otherwise, if we're on ice and fire, Cloud will need to be able to see his targets before he can kill them. We don't necessarily have to take both off, we just need magnified lightning or wind, because both will spawn on the target, then hit it, rather than... Is it weird? Fair enough. I mean, I listen to so much stuff, like, subtitled, that, like, a voice has to be really, really wonky for it to throw me off. I just kind of accept it. I don't really have a refined ear for Japanese voice acting. It's usually just English where it throws me off, since it's my primary language. I guess maybe if I understood it, it might be a little bit more awkward. But I don't know a ton about it. Like, it's really just like, okay, I watch VTubers and anime, so it all sounds like it fits. The only time I could tell it doesn't fit is like when a VTuber has a model that just does not fit their... the way they act in reality. So we switch out to lightning here, since Tifa actually has really fast movement tech called parrying. Parrying is actually a materia you get from Chadley when you put one enemy up to 200% stagger. The new game wants that as soon as possible, so they actually get 200% stagger on Airbuster before the mission is even available. So the next time they run into Chadley, they'll get it. Otherwise, they'd have to wait until later, because nobody has a way to increase the stagger numbers besides Tifa. At least efficiently this early on. Okay. So we want to bonk into Tifa here to get her to do this cutscene a little bit earlier. But yeah, parry will modify your dodge roll when you have it equipped and hold guard while dodge rolling. Everybody has a different animation that's very hard to interrupt for the most part. And once it's leveled up, will actually hit the enemy for a little bit of damage and build ATB, which really doesn't come up that often, but there are some places you could use it. For Tifa, on the other hand, it enables a slide kick, which is ridiculously fast. And in the PS5 version, you can cancel it to kind of get rid of some of the slower end animations. PS4 version, we used to punch, parry, punch, parry. So we'd slide, kick, punch, and canceling out the slower parts of each animation. Luckily, in the PS5 version, we don't have to do that, even though it's still slightly quicker than regular parrying. We have a much better version called Parry Sailing. And this is using the triangle basic move of Uppercut Whirlwind to cancel it over and over again. And fortunately, we can do it both ways. So we can cancel out the ending lag of the uppercut, so we can attack enemies really quickly with several uppercuts, and canceling out the air hang time with the parry. And vice versa, we can cancel out the ending lag of the slide kick with the uppercut. And then we can just cancel it again immediately. So if my movement is bad, you'll see Tifa popping up vertically over and over again. If my movement's good, she'll get halfway clipped into the floor. You can kind of tell the difference between good movement and not. It's not a matter of being able to mash at a certain, at the fastest speed humanly possible. There's only so fast you can go with it. If you overmash, you'll lose the rhythm. And if you undermash, she'll just kind of be standing up the whole time. The trick is a fairly fast but consistent rhythm. Bum, 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 bum. I find that Chapter 5 has a really good rhythm in the backing track. That helped me get used to the rhythm in my head. But that's actually the reason we swapped over to Thunder. The Scrap Boulevard here is super duper slow and really, really boring. But we can speed it up and create what we call Fast Boulevard by sliding around with Tifa to get through the fights really quick and kind of bug out the final cutscene so it takes place right next to the fence rather than where the last fight resolves. And that'll save us a lot of time. About a second sliding with Tifa efficiently saves us about 3 seconds of walking. So we gotta wait for her to finish talking here, and then we head inside. That will warp her inside the store rather than having to wait for her to walk. We can stand further back and start running in as she's about to finish, but you need an audio cue for that, and I only have that for the English version of store. I'm not sure what, like, the, phonetic sound I should be sounding for, or listening for, in Japanese. So I'd have to sit here and time it out, and it's kind of hard to practice. So we'll just wait until she's done talking. Now we're going to head over to Scrap Boulevard. Since Cloud's now set up with Lightning, we have no other magic spell to cast, so as long as we get into the spell menu, we'll take the targets out. We could shortcut Thunder, but it has a couple of disadvantages. We'd have to lock onto the enemy and then do it. But if we do it through tactical menus here, since we're only going to do it a couple of times, it doesn't lose too much time. And it ends up saving more time because we can ensure that the game is targeting the right thing through tactical menuing versus doing it through shortcuts, which I can cause a pretty big whiff. Okay. And that is what we call Fast Boulevard. Anime in English feels weird. Yeah, I could agree to that. Yeah, the thing is, I grew up, like, watching it from... Give me a second here. This is something I screwed up yesterday. You need to remember to switch back to Ice and Fire. Because we got a couple of enemies coming up. Lightning won't work because it's a group of 4 enemies for the next 2 fights. So Thunder will only kill like 3 of them reliably, not all 4, so we want to switch back here. Yeah, I grew up renting, like Berserk, Akira, other anime like that from the local rental store, so it was dubbed in English. So to me, it's not that awkward. If anything, it was a long time before I was introduced to actual fan sub projects. So I watched a lot of it in English to begin with. Yeah, if it had just been like Pokemon, yeah, it would feel weird for me. Because like Pokemon, like people look at it more like a cartoon than an anime. Oh, here are these donuts, dude. I baked some tasty donuts in the wild. Donuts, you say? Should have just called them sandwiches. That would have gone over better. Anyway. So we were going to head back to the bar here and see what's going on. But Johnny has been unceremoniously taken by Shinra security. They're trying to figure out what happened with the bombing of the reactor. They know Johnny probably isn't smart enough to be involved, but he's also stupid enough to give them some hint to where they want to go to investigate. So he's a good prime target. And they were actually kind of right, because he does know the group of Avalanche that we're with right now. So he does have enough information to spill the beans, so we gotta rescue him, or get rid of him, one or the other. Marvel movies, yeah. I still rewatch the Marvel movies. I have, like, the first 3 waves or whatever. I like Doctor Strange 2 was kind of meh, but I did like it. I like some of the newer stuff. Some of it's kind of trash, though. It feels like it's trying to pander too hard rather than, like, just being good. The movies are alright, but it takes you out of the experience when they're trying to make you think or feel a specific way too much. Like, when you make them think subtly about politics, that's good. When you're, like, saying politics is bad or something like that, it ends up, like, just being an over-the-head hammer, and it's like, okay, cool, I'm out of the movie now, thanks. So we want to target the dog here, because he can definitely will survive. So the quickest way to deal with that is to just lock on, flick left, throw Blizzard. Dr. Stone, you know. I mean, they're both pretty cool either way. The thing is, I kind of dug into some of the, like, fact and lore videos where they talked about, like, the actual comic books and stuff, and they're like, yeah, Doctor Strange used to be fucking, like, cosmically unkillable, unbeatable. Like, where they have him win with the Time Stone in the first movie. Like, nah, he wouldn't need that shit. He would have just fucking completely destroyed the cosmic core of whatever the hell his name was in the old universe. Like, the cinematic series, for the most part, it actually is not that bad, in my opinion, as somebody who's gone and done film stuff. Oh, man, I was watching John Wick 4 the other day, and there was one final scene where they're, like, fighting it out in a building, and they're shooting from overhead rather than on the floor. And oh, man. I had a moment. I was so impressed when I saw that. I can't wait to watch that again when it comes out in Blu-ray, DVD, 4K, whatever. I'm super excited. Play a little bit of darts here. If you get the high score, Wedge will give you a luck-up materia before the end of Chapter 4, before you start 5 and head over to the train car. It's pretty much useless. Unless it's maxed out, it really doesn't do anything. One maxed out luck up is about 20% increased critical chance. But if you're talking about a normal playthrough, you're never going to get it that high. And there's so many other things you'd rather equip than a luck up, in my opinion. You could probably do it if you're, like, trying to do weird boss fights or something for VR chamber. Oops. You want to get into the center there, and not let the AI turn around, because it takes forever. So these guys can be very annoying. There's 4 of them total. And even if we switched over to Magnify Fire, it would not one-shot these guys. They'd be very close to death instead. So we're just going to stick with Blizzard on Magnify and bank on the fact that the explosion radius is so wide that it should hit each of them twice, which is more than enough to one-shot them. Two-shot them, rather. Since the ice cubes show up before they explode, we can get multiple hits out of them. Hey, PX. Ooh. Oof. Uh-oh, PX. PX coming in hot. 1, 2, throw Blizzard and Prey. That's awful. What do we have here? I think we do this. That's awful. That lost a lot of time. That's a bummer. That was very unfortunate, but there's not much you can do about it. First couple of chapters were really good. Everything else but that was great up till now. It was most of the time lost, unfortunately. Early game, it's just a battle of seconds here and there. Not many things lose you more than 2 or 3 seconds per pop. Yep. Skip. So next we got coming up is the motorcycle minigame. This thing is actually really hard to do if you do it. Not doing it today though. Yeah, New Game Plus Hard, they let us skip this. New Game Plus in general can skip the bike minigame. Both of them. Unfortunately, there's really no incentive to doing them. Outside of doing them for fun. Like, quite honestly, I don't even think there's an achievement for playing through them in hard. The one in Chapter 18 is super difficult. Because you have multiple waves of enemies, and normally red would heal you before, after every wave, or before every wave, depending on how you look at it. But they reprogrammed it so he only heals you once, with a cure, not like a full cure, before Motorball. So it's probably best to death abuse at the start of waves in Chapter 18. That one right there probably wouldn't need a death abuse, but it would still be annoying. Unfortunately, they left the hand minigame in Chapter 9 in, and the pump minigame in Chapter 10 in. Probably, like, one of the silliest choices they made, and I'm not very happy that they did it, but there's not much I can do about it. But if somebody wants to lobby for a modded version that makes those autocomplete, I'm not going to complain. I would probably switch to PC if there were a category that let us just skip those crappy things. Because they're not fun, they're just difficult, and they're hard on my hand. Oh, nice, we got good pathfinding for once. Gotta wait for these guys to get in position for Jesse to start talking. And then I gotta make sure Cloud's in the right spot here, so that his cutscene will start too. Shoulder to the wall is about the best you can get. If you try and make him back to the wall, he'll spin around twice. Once to face the wall and once to back to the wall. It's super weird. So it's anywhere between, like, facing the wall and right shoulder to the wall is where you want to be. Obviously, since we just rounded the corner, it's just basically kind of stop and swap. Oops, that's a thing in the wall. So yeah, we got rid of Thunder, which we will be swapping back into in Chapter 5. So we're going to head into the annex here. I'm actually going to get rid of this. How's it going, PX? Hope everybody's having a good Monday. Kind of annoying after, like, blowing 3 hours Sunday, not getting a run going, and then this one, like, just immediately being bang, shoo, wop, right off the bat. I think I reset, like, once. Unfortunate? Oh, awake, unfortunately. I don't know. Considering the alternate, path to being awake is, not able to get awake. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, being awake can be an unfortunate series of affairs. At least on a weekday. Well, no, it's Memorial Day, isn't it? So a lot of places are closed anyway, now I'm thinking about it. I didn't even, like, realize that Sunday. I was like, oh yeah, it's a 3-day weekend, so there's gonna be kids about. That was not what I was thinking. Mad Dash! I guess it is an American holiday for... So who the hell knows who's actually gonna be up at 3 o'clock? The fuck is a 3-day weekend? Yeah, I know. Motherfucker, I'm 25. What do you mean, 3-day weekend? Well, I haven't seen a 3-day weekend in half a decade. Holiday, huh? No, those are the floating holidays? You mean those things I can take on any day? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll never take those because I'm going to an event. I'm trying to play in foreign languages. I played a little bit in French yesterday, and Tifa's parasailing is the most obnoxious shit ever. Because for some reason, they have her, like, huff every time she slides. So it's like... Now that I say that out loud, that sounds a little bit different than it actually does in the game. It sounds very suggestive. It's definitely not that high pitched. It's a lot more obnoxious because it's grunty. Urgh. I'll have to show it off at some point. It's gonna actually tilt me. Like I did that out loud and I'm like, that sounds like a dog in heat. Tell that to the Italian Senate! There was a stream that had to be deleted because of those idiots. That's all I have to say about that shit. Fucking input viewer being in a web page was the worst idea I've ever had in my life. I tried incorporating it as an app, but I could never get the fucking thing to work. Input viewer is nice when you're learning, because there's some subtleties where, like, if you just diagonal the movement stick, it'll make sure you line up with the right target as soon as the phase starts. But it doesn't really show up in a normal speedrun because you don't see what the controller inputs are outside of, like, the face buttons and the shoulder buttons because of the shortcuts and whatnot. Socle blue! Oh, this is actually really good ATB. What the fuck? Where was he? Huh? Oh my god, that was so close to being wrong. I really... Okay, give me that. I want that. No missile? Missile. Not missile. Good job. This is a banger right now. Okay, never mind. I made a fucky wucky. Oh, that's gonna be a bitch. Tried to skip the cutscene a little bit too early. Oh my god, I can't believe I got away with that. That was bloody murder. Back up, please. Please. 3? That should be enough because he backed up. Okay. Oh my god, this is actually insanely good. This is like one of the most wild annexes I've seen in a while. I messed up one single thing, and I didn't lose any time on it. Well, kind of. No, I didn't, actually. Fire-a, stance swapping. No, you can't tempt me with crits here. It's not going to happen. If I'd seen 2 crits there, I may have considered doing the Blizzard. I probably could have done Blizzard, actually, with that amount of damage. That was great. First phase went perfectly. I don't know why that trooper was running across the battlefield, because they're supposed to spawn in the positions they were in, kind of in those clusters of 2 and 3. I don't know how that one got way out of position. I'm assuming he spawned in some weird spot, so the game auto-corrected him by running him across the field. But that was actually beneficial, because since he was out of position, it took it longer to start his script. And there is some chance that those first 3 will shoot me and delay my triple slash, which can result in them being separated, so triple slash doesn't get all of them. That Blizzard was just about as quickly as it possibly could have been to get the guys in the left door. Sometimes enemies on that upper platform can survive the Blizzard because there's like 6 of them up there. So the second Blizzard is supposed to wipe out like 4 of them because they're kind of like 2 and 4. Maybe 2 and 3, I'm not 100% certain. Kind of like the ones on the ground. But we have to take care of all the enemies that are already spawned in to get the 2 to spawn out of the door. So if those ones on the upper platform don't all die, we'll end up having 1 or 2 stragglers over there. Because Magnify only hits the 1 target plus the 2 closest enemies. Gotta be careful with the middle finger usage there. Maybe do it like that. 1 target plus the 2 closest. Yeah, I guess we could do it that way, right? 1 target plus the 2 closest. That way I can't fuck it up, right? But, that was pretty good. The next phase was the missile launchers. We just Blizzara out the two enemies in front of me. They both get staggered, so our ATB fills back up. This is mainly where ATB stagger pays off the most. It'll pay off a little bit in 5, 6, and 7 as well, because machine monsters will pretty much get insta-staggered by lightning if it's a laser turret, Gatling turret, or a missile turret. All three of those are basically going out immediately. Those two missile turrets are cutscene turrets, so we actually can't attack them, even if we had lightning on. We need to wait for Biggs to push them over like he did. The dog phase was pretty good. Normally you want to go into that with 2 ATB after refocus, but I fired the shock trooper a little bit quicker, so instead of staggering the shock trooper, fire killed, which happens sometimes. But I managed to get in enough swings and follow up with fire that it retargeted the group of enemies following Wedge. And as long as we wipe out like all of them or all but one of those dogs that are following Wedge, we skip a bunch of lines of dialogue that he normally goes through if we kill him 1 or 2 at a time. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, no, I fucking... When I started seeing like spoilers about Joy Boy... Not interested, not interested, do not show me again. Not interested, do not show me again. Not interested, do not show me again. None of that nonsense. Just immediately stomp that shit out. There was one, I can't remember what it was. It was like Whole Cake Island is hilarious or whatever. And like the whole time, he's like talking from the perspective of Katakuri. And he's like, yeah, this sleep-deprived crackhead. When he's talking about Luffy rampaging across the island. And just, like, all the crazy things Luffy does in that arc. Oh my god, my leg is killing me again. Alright, super annoying. But I'm gonna have to deal with. I'll have to fix this at some point, one at a time. Oh my gosh. That's weird. Oh, that is, So what's coming up here is we have the Whispers. There's 3 regular Whisper fights. 1 fight where there's no Enigmatic Whisper, 2 with Enigmatic Whispers, and then there's a 4th, which is a boss fight. If you've played through the game, you know what I mean with the 4th one is, but we're not going to talk about that yet. The gimmick with the Whispers is they're really, really weak to magic. And the game wants us to hit them with magic to pressure them, so that we can hit them with magic and into stagger, and then at that point we can kill them with whatever. Because we're a New Game Plus, we have more than enough juice to just smoke them right off the bat, so that's what we're going to do. Huh. So what happened there is I used Fyra to pick off one of the Whispers, so that Tifa's Somersault would hit the remaining 3. Nice, that was perfect. And as long as we take out all 4 of them, or we're going to run and get rid of the remaining 3, we'll skip spawning a wave of 2 more. The 2 additional ones isn't a problem, it's how long they take to spawn in and be attackable, just like in Chapter 2 and Chapter 1. Some of the enemies take a while to spawn in and or will walk their HP. Underrated mangas? I mean, I guess I can understand. Maybe he's a little bit hyped because of it. So we're going to Blizzara here. Hopefully we get a counter. Excuse me. Somersault. So we're waiting for the stagger here, and then Somersault will kill. And we skipped. Wow. Even after, like... So that was a 43-30. We got a good run on our hands. As long as I don't play extremely stupidly for the next hour, we have a pretty decent start. Gotta get those placed by the algorithm, yeah. I mean, the only reason I would talk about Final Fantasy 16 is if I really enjoyed it, like YouTube-wise. Same with Rebirth. I might make some videos, like, talking about game concepts and individual, like, materia interactions. At this point, like, Remake is so late in the lifespan, and most people know it. But I mean, I guess if for some reason those videos pop off, I can always do more about them, but it's not going to be anything too special. Just pop on a video, explain the thing, close it up. Here's how it works. But I think there's plenty of other bigger channels that already will have that niche filled, but I might as well try my hand at it. Because I really like the materia interactions. They're super cool. We're gonna go for a save load here, but I ain't promising much. Yep. Unfortunate. So you can save load as you're walking into this cutscene. Or pseudo-cutscene, rather. As you can tell, this dialogue's unmashable. That's the problem. If we save load as we walk into this, we can skip all of this non-mashable dialogue and start the next actually mashable cutscene in a minute. So it saves us a good 20 seconds if we can hit it. It's not super consistent, so if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. There's a couple of months where, like, I hit it, like, almost every run. Then there's sometimes I'll go into a dry spell. I think I'm going a little bit late because I'm playing it more passive, so I need to practice it again. The only downside is we still have ice and we got a couple of drones here. Lightning would guarantee hit the drones in this next fight, making it a lot more simple, but sometimes ice can be a little bit wonky, and the drones will just be like, yeah, ice is a strong suggestion to get killed, not an actual... We want to get hit here on purpose, though, so we're waiting for that. Okay. Want to make sure they're both dead before I head back. So I want to take that damage on purpose. That's why I waited to start casting ice there. As you can see, we have plenty of time to wait. Unless I get really passive drones, it's not that big of a deal. You really, really, really need to make sure you take the damage in the train car. You have 3 fights with the train car, this one and then the next one, to take damage in. To hit a time save. We need to cure buffer Tifa behind by curing Cloud, not Tifa. So we need to have him take damage, but it's not consistent that he gets hit in these 2 fights, so you really want to backpedal in the train car to make sure that you save at this time here. Oh my... No, 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 dude! The uppercut screwed me. I'm so mad right now. I could have saved about 5 seconds here, but because I accidentally buffered an uppercut, Tifa freaking... It's so annoying. I'm very upset, actually. I've never done that before. Wow, that's a way to fail it, huh? I guess I should be using parries towards the end there instead of uppercut parries. Oof. That's very unfortunate. Because she was still in the uppercut, the game wouldn't let her cast Cure. So it lagged out her movement, and she was able... I hit the cutscene line to make her start running. Because she couldn't cast Cure and get locked in place. Well, you win some, you lose some. I've learned. I mean, it's one of those things, like, you don't really watch the run because you don't think about it. So you don't look at those kind of segments all the time. Holy shit, that flea timer was fantastic. Oh no! Dude! You normally can get up these stairs if you have a decent flea timer, but that was straight 3 seconds. Even with perfect parry sailing, I couldn't get up there. Normally, if you get around 4 seconds, you can get up that stairwell with good fleeing. Parry sailing, rather. That's why I'm being quiet, because I'm trying to maintain the rhythm. Oh man, these flea timers are trash, though. Holy gajubas. That's unfortunate. So the thing is, when Tifa's in your party and you have a long play distance to go, you want longer flea timers, so you can get that extra second of parry sailing. But today the game is being very rude. Okay, and then we want to go Thunder, Thunder, into Thunder, 5, Thundera, Thundaga, and, oh, Thundaga. Yep, this chapter has been very, very mean to me. Hopefully we can hit the cure buffer on the other side since Barrett's HP is so low. We want that. What? Oh my gosh, you get it all sorts of wrong, Thundera. What? That was very scuffed, but it worked. I cycled to the right, but because Barrett was... I don't know, actually. I hit R2 and it didn't switch to Barrett's shortcut, so I must not have pushed it all the way in, is all I can think. Maybe I should... I'll adapt the triggers in a second here. I'm using the edge controller so I can shorten the plunge of my R2, L2, which is probably what I should do. Let's see here. It should be... Where the fuck is it? Whatever. I don't have time for this. This room is super cursed, by the way. Thundera, Thundera. So if I move too good here, the room gets really messy. Okay, cure himself. No, 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 no. Oh god, I got way too close. Oh, let's go! Alright, we saved some time there. It may not look like that saves much time, but you have to walk across the train tracks very slow if you don't. What's my MP? We'll grab this. I don't necessarily need that MP, but that's the easiest crate to grab, so if I'm not at max MP, I might as well just grab it there. Because going into Crab Warden without max MP is a death sentence. Right now, Cloud is on Lightning Magnify, Lightning MP Absorb, and we have a fight with 2 missile turrets and 2 flame troopers, and then 2 regular officers. I think they're elites. Cloud should be able to get back to max at 88 MP. Yeah, we're using Japanese today. I'm trying to get used to the other languages since I offered it as a donation incentive to make sure that it didn't throw anything off in actual runs. Because, you know, maybe some of the sound clips that I use would be different, so I need to listen for different sound prompts in certain situations, etc., etc. Tried French, but, like, Tifa's huffing is so awkward. So we upgraded Thundera there, because the Flame Troopers very usually are nowhere near dead to double Thunder Magnify. But we wait to stagger that first turret, so Cloud gets a little bit of extra ATB there from an ATB stagger. Yeah, that's the unfortunate side, because I'm talking over it for the most part. I'm not hearing jack squat. Okay. What are we looking at for the ladder? It's still a 51 ladder. I'm happy with that. This could have been a lot better. Had a lot of scuff in the last couple of 20-30 minutes, but I can make it work. Anything under 52 is fantastic. I really can't complain, honestly. What are you doing? What am I doing? Is actually the better question. Are you serious? You stupid ass! Ugh! Well, never mind. Run's dead. I don't even know why she thundered. I definitely was going for Focus Strike there. Thing is, I'm trying to link for ATB assist, and the game is being really annoying with its targeting. It could have been worse, though, because as long as I reset out of Phase 1, I don't really get a bad cutscene. It does lose me like 10 seconds there. As long as I avoid resetting at this point, we're fine. Just not in a great spot. Thundercat ATB boost. Assault. Thundercat in. Got it. Oh, shit. Are you serious with this? I got stunned in the cutscene. This game is trash, dude. What a shit game. So, obviously, I lose time there by just not being able to attack. Tifa has to be the one to clear that up. I might be able to do it with Barret, but between the two of them, they have enough damage output. Otherwise, they don't have enough. The thing is, Barret's on Synergy. If Cloud had been on Synergy, we might have been able to push through that regardless. Well, that's super toxic. The problem is, the lock-on system in this game is straight cursed. So I just wanted to lock on to the front right wheel and punch. Because if you just focus strike back-to-back, nothing happens. I guess I could punch and then focus strike through the menu on the front leg if it's being stupid about it. That would still count, I think? So we can get on this a little bit quicker if we stun Tifa at the top of the stairs there. Saves a little bit of time. Well, we had a pretty decent first hour. You win some, you lose some. The distinction with hard mode is a lot of the fights are heavily scripted, and you need to know when to pull the ripcord and start parachuting down so you don't slam face first into Earth. And when it's too late and you have to figure out how to get out of it regardless. That point right there was very obnoxious. It's like 2 or 3 seconds of walking into the fight usually, plus a short cutscene skip thing. Oh, this is a freaking well, that one's on me. I can't even complain about that. Chapter 5, the Chapter 5 fleet timers were also trash as well. Almost every single one of them was like 3 or 4 seconds. Not a single 5 in sight. I think like the very first fleet timer was really good. Everything else was garbage. That Chapter 5 was depressingly bad the more I think about it. Yeah, that's the one thing. Early game, a lot of our time save with Tifa's in the party can be racked up through parasailing, and if the game doesn't give you enough fleet timer, you just can't save that time. It's very frustrating. Guess I'll look at when my first hour mark is after all that resetting, so I don't get too down on myself or get down enough on myself. I don't know. We may reset here. Shouldn't, but I may. Oh my, what is that? Position. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you could give me the fleet timers where it doesn't matter. Yeah, Chapter 6 is all fleet timers. We have to do like 0 of these fights. There's a couple that we'll take anyway because it's quicker to kill the enemies and exit combat that way rather than waiting for it to play out normally. And sometimes it's really a big time loss because Cloud and Barret will spawn way out of position and we'll have to huff it even further. The first light switch we get for free, but the second one there's going to be triple cross strikes, and then once we flip the switch there will be 2 laser turrets. Because of the way the fight shakes out, we want to take care of the cross strikes before, or else we can't one-shot both the turrets and just be done with it. So we're going to have to take a very awkward looking fight. Okay. I mean, I won't complain about that. I could have gotten a little bit closer, but if you get on this middle platform before combat ends, you can soft lock. Or the game can give you like a glitchy spawn where Cloud like is back in the combat area, but you're out of combat. It's super weird. Oh yeah, I need to match the dialogue here. Hey, Strife, is there any movement to strats here for this win segment? Or is it just completely random whether you can get in front of Tifa or not? Like, is there, like, a place where you want to take a diagonal or don't take a diagonal because it starts the AI moving too soon or something like that? So I have yet to, like, find one way or the other always works or something like that. So I wonder. Sometimes I feel like I'm never going to get in front of Tifa, and I do. And then every time I feel like I'm not going to get in front of her, I'm like, oh, crap, I got in front of her. Like that right there, I felt like I was going to get in front of her, and I'm behind her again. So this is the problem. You can usually get a lot further. You can get about halfway between Tifa and Barret. But that time not having it, I guess. So yeah, this next fight coming up, we have Triple Graw Strike, which are weak to ice, so we're going to have to kind of one-shot them with lightning and hope it works. We could use Thundera, but it's a damage range, so I don't like using it. So that's part of the reason why we have Thunderga Magnify on. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't. There's only 2 fights where I need Thunderga Magnify, and theoretically I could just shortcut them instead, but since I use it, I use it. Since I have it, I use it, rather. Switching characters here to make sure that Blizzaga comes out immediately. Okay, we got lucky there. Saves a little bit of time. And this is the reason why, because of these turrets. If I have them alive, Thundera won't duplicate across those two turrets consistently. Okay. I'm surprised I have a good a time as I did with a reset on Crab Warden. I guess it was decisive enough and my run was good enough beforehand that I got away with murder. This doesn't matter if she's in the air or not. Okay, now we're on this switch. Yeah, I'm happy with that, actually. That's more than enough. Let's put the preview back in the non-known dimension. Alright, so this next fight's really awkward. We want to take out the turrets on the next bottom floor. So we have to do some very awkward-looking stuff here to make it work. Okay, that means we're halfway there. Oh, God. Are you serious? That's super awful. I accidentally killed the enemy right next to where he was instead of the turrets. I am stunned by the ineptitude it takes to do that. It really isn't that hard. If it were any other person, that would require very stupid misplay. The problem is I have my lock on the R3 button, and because of that, my targeting for lock-ons is on that same R3. So I have to push down on R3 to lock on to enemies, so sometimes when I let go, it flicks in the opposite direction and misinputs the other to swap enemies. So that was super unfortunate that I got hit with that. Pretty toxic, actually. Gotta say, that's the first time I've ever had that happen. And the annoying part is, it could have been any of the 4 turrets on the bottom floor, just not the enemies up there. Maybe I should use Thundera Magnify, because it'll limit it down to 1 at that point. Pretty rough. I'm making some silly mistakes, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to propose a trade offer game. You be nice, and I will not talk poorly about you. How about that? Give me some good RNG to make up for my stupidity. Please, game! I just want to be friends! My friendship has ended. I really can't complain. This run is still pretty good despite me clowning around here. I am playing pretty sloppily, so I need to right the ship now or we're going down with it. Messing up Crab Warden honestly isn't that rare for me. The problem is we want to punch the right front leg, and the game will cycle between like all 4 legs in the main body. So it makes it very hard to target the right part, and makes our lives a lot more difficult than it needs to be. We can heal up characters here, but there's actually no reason, but I'm going to do it anyway, because I think it looks funny while you're on here. How the particle effects kind of travel with the elevator. Huh? Yeah, we got like 1 fight left and then we're out of here, so it doesn't really matter at this point. This fight we do walk out. There's no reason to parry. That might be annoying. So the thing is, Magnify used to be really scuffed here. And if you magnify, no matter what you did with Magnified Lightning, it would only hit 2 of the enemies, either the laser and the Gatling turret. Because there's 2 missiles on the inside, 2 laser turrets on a raised platform, and then 2 Gatling turrets on a platform outside of the one we're on. You really can't see all of them because they just walk straight in. But Magnify would never hit all of those 3, regardless of which one you targeted. So we'd have to like do the fight in a really awkward way, where we like magnified the left 2, and then like Thundergood the turret to kill it, and then Barrett would catastrophe the other side because that was the only thing that would reliably hit all 3 and kill all 3 of the enemies. The PS4 port of this game, or OG version of this game, is very, very scuff. It has some differences that makes major routing differences in boss fights. Synergy requires ATB and MP in that version, so it's not viable at all. While in the Integrate version it is. Skips and out of bounds are much easier in the PS4 port, but because it takes an hour longer to load, it only saves it is 30 minutes slower than the best run on a PS5. Some of the out-of-bounds stuff is still possible on the PS5, it's just not easy. I messed up this save load yesterday and quit because I was so embarrassed, so hopefully we won't do that again today. That was a really silly mistake. This save load is free, and you shouldn't miss it. I accidentally closed the menu is what happened, though. Yeah, that's how that should work. So we're save loading here to skip this cutscene, where we walk very slow and look at the airbuster and talk about how scary it is, which is ironic because I'm going to absolutely decimate airbuster, and it's not even going to be close. That was kind of slow of me, whatever. So I'm switching to Barret here because there's 4 targets total. If I just let him cast Synergy normally, he'll cast it on nothing and just throw a lightning bolt in front of himself. Because it's kind of like Final Fantasy 1. Synergy will target the first thing I attack. But since, as you see, it's dead here, the game won't fix that. But if I switch to Barret like that, it will. Yeah, Airbuster is, no cap, very difficult in the PS4 port. And would be very difficult in this version if... God, I'm kidding me. Okay, that's fine. I lost a little bit of MP on Barret, but I don't care. I expected one of those sweepers to survive because they didn't move. So Thunder at Magnify doesn't really like duplicate across the arena properly, but it looks like it did. Luckily enough. So we get a little bit of flashback here that I'm going to skip. So I guess I'd leave it to my commentators. I think like with the story stuff, I'll kind of lead into it. Hey, you want to give us a story catch up? Since we're going into Rebirth, I think a lot of people may have forgotten the story, so we might as well give everybody a refresher since we're here. This fight is really silly, I hate it, and I love it at the same time. Thunder. Things go boom, yeah. I mean, if you want to take it down to the brass tacks, but there's some more, like, subtle interactions, I think, that help build characters a lot more better. So everything we did there was to avoid physically attacking, because the shock troopers can dodge physical attacks. Barret being the lead cause of that. No. Absolutely not. Hit the button. We don't want to move with Tifa immediately there, because it can be very hard to make sure SmackDown hits all the enemies, because they'll start chasing Tifa. The AI in this game tends to want to target the character you're in control of more than anything else. It's not like a little known fact, but it's kind of how the game functions, and they don't really tell you this. Yep. They don't tell you this in the game, but it's something you find over the course of it. So, more often than not, staying on Cloud or Tifa is a good idea. Barret is intended to be the tank, but because his damage is so awful, being on him is just a deficit to your damage output and anything else, pretty much. Because ATB is building from the AI is awful, and the damage output is awful too. So we lose a lot of damage in ATB building that way. So it either has to be Tifa, Aerith, or Cloud. Usually Cloud and Tifa are the ones we want to divert our funds into, if you will. So the trick is getting all the way up here while having everybody efficiently kill the rest of the enemies. That was very awkward. Okay. I was worried that... Oh, what? Okay, this is going to be really awkward. That's going to be super late. Yep. That was super duper late, but we still killed him. He did throw a grenade somehow. So did anybody take damage from that? Oh, the other big difference is the PS4 version limits weren't interruptible, but you were able to take damage, so you couldn't die mid-limit, which is super awful, and they fixed that in this version, so you're invincible. At least while doing the limit. After that, the kick gloves are off. Thundiga. We want to go around the sweeper here because of the dodge thing I was referring to earlier. Are you serious? Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Barret somehow caused the dodge animation even though he was supposed to be casting Thundiga, so I'm very confused about that. This game does a lot of things that confuse me. Well, it's whatever. That was kind of out of my control. You know what it was? It was Cloud. Cloud started slashing before his Thundiga got off. Normally, Barrett's the one that causes the dodges because each one of his bullets is a physical attack. So, since they have a % chance to dodge a physical attack, it's very often it happens. But with Cloud, since it's individual sword slashes, at most he can get 4 or 5 off. So the chances of him triggering it are very low. HP boost, Thunder. Thunder. Okay, we wanted to make sure we go into this next fight with full HP, because we got 2 Shock Troopers here. This is the other place we want Thundiga Magnify. It's very annoying and inconsistent to clear this fight and that Raw Strike fight without Thundiga Magnify, so I don't do it any other way. Thundiga. Gotta be careful here, because if we are too aggressive, we can trigger the dodge animation. Nice, I actually got up there good for once. Alright, nope. Down, into... Doop. Technically, I could have cut Thundiga Magnify for a unmagnified Thundera, so I never had to do the shortcut menuing there. But I find it's not worth it. We need at least 66 MP on Barret, 44 on Tifa for the boss fight, and we're pretty good to go. We just need to top Cloud off here, which we're going to do in the most weird way possible. We're going to be attacking these guys with a shield and hitting the shield on purpose so that Cloud does a majority of the damage. Okay, Cloud. And you notice Cloud will do about 2k here, so he's going to get... It depends on the enemy's HP, but for the most part we can... I want to do it this angle, I think. So I want her to spawn in a specific spot, that's what I'm trying to get. So that she just stands straight up here. I'll top everybody off after the sweeper fight here. Yeah, no Jessie dates. No Jessie dates. We only ever have an option between Aerith, Tifa, and Barret. Barret's always guaranteed in the speedrun because we're not doing any of the side quests that would dictate getting Tifa or Aerith. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Barret can heal himself up, why not? There is an MP crate there I could have grabbed, but like I said, we need 66 and 44. 44 because Tifa needs 4 Thunderas, maybe 5 if things go really wrong, and Barret needs 3 Thundigas. So that's why we need 66 on him. For whatever reason, lightning spells are 5, 11, and 22, while every other element is 4, 10, and 21 for tier 1, 2, and 3. Cloud further has a 20% cost reduction on Mithril Saber, so it pushes him down to 4, 8, and 17, or 16 for everything else. And then for Lightning, it's 4, 9, and 17, because it's 11. You get, it rounds down in your favor on tier 3, that's why the number is odd instead of even. He also gets a 20% damage bonus at max MP. That's why we've been using MP Absorb to maintain that the whole time. Used to be that you'd have to do this in Japanese, or look at the screens to do this on the PS4 version, because it was heavily desynced in any other language but Japanese. And the bonus area here, you'd have to do 3 more switch puzzles to get open. And the last one would be near impossible because of the desynced audio. 30 frames really messes with this game. So we're going to Thunder a True Strike here immediately to stun Airbuster, and then from there we're going to keep Airbuster pretty much stunned. The only thing it's going to get off is Tank Buster, and even then we're going to skip that. True Strike. Okay. What? Oh my god, what am I doing? We're gonna have to do it again. That's awful time loss. Ugh. Normally you can click through Tank Buster, but because I accidentally cast Thundera when I was trying to link my focus strikes together, I got boned there. This is gonna be really annoying. Thundera, 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 charge. Thunder. Luckily, I had more than enough ATB here to get through, but that was a really bad fight. Yeah, I really wish we hadn't seen Divide and Conquer. This run is spiraling pretty heavily. That really was not even close to optimal, because I accidentally input Thundera, so it put me in a position where I was going to get hit, no matter what. I really thought I could slide through, but apparently the game wasn't having none of it. Wrong. SD, triple. I said triple! Thank you. We're gonna do Disorder here because I can. Oh my god, never mind. Without Disorder, this guy takes forever to die. Holy shit, that was a bad idea. Yeah, that's why I tried to follow up with Thunder, Please? Oh fuck, I definitely missed the fate. No! No, I definitely missed it. I cost myself a cycle. Rude can only drop on specific cycles, and because I did the first fight wrong, for, I guess, the reason I felt like losing more time. Yeah, it was about as good as it could get, unfortunately. Please, quick, jump back. You know what? We'll do blindfolded Rude today. Mine as well at this point. This runs off the rails. I'm still trying to figure out if I can do blindfolded Reno, but I don't know. The enemy positioning is so awkward that it's really hard to think of a way to do it consistently. I was hoping Thundera would get me there, but at that point I already burned the Skill Master loop, so I was like, screw it, we're just going to have 3 ATB and that's how it's going to be. I don't have fire in this case, I only have wind. And Reno's not weak to it. So, not needed at all. I have played around with the idea of starting with fire on Iron Blade, but I don't have a optimal way of juggling wind over. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have done that too, which is what I ended up doing. I was more trying to get assists going, because I wasn't sure what my ATB was looking like. I guess I may have been able to do it if I had fired off a spell with Barret as well. Thundera switch, Thundera Synergy activate, may have gotten it off before Divide and Conquer. And just said, fuck it, if Barret runs out of ATB, Barret runs out of ATB. Cloud's gonna be the killer. Yeah, I've been having a lot of, like, buffered uppercuts today. It's really been pissing me off, actually. I've missed, like, 3 slides today, and I don't even... It's so ridiculous. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm normally not this bad about it. I must be making the same mistake over and over again, because I'm too focused on the fact that... What it's... the effects of it, and not the cause. Did I? I was trying to snake in next to the Tank Buster. I think it may have buffered the uppercut after because I got hit by Tank Buster. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. God dang it. It's hard to tell what's going on sometimes because I'm just trying... I'm focusing on very specific decision-making trees, so it's hard to tell if when I did X, Y, or Z. So at some point I have to be like, okay, I guess I uppercut. I don't know. My whole attention was divided into trying to end the phase before Divide and Conquer. And I was trying to branch down the decision-making tree that would get me, hopefully, where I needed to go. I should have considered using Barret, to be honest. That may have been it. Yeah, 2 Thunderas, the stagger probably would have been enough. But I mean, I guess if you get a stagger in phase 1, it would never be enough in that case. Whatever. Airbuster, bad. I played bad. Luckily, it wasn't a complete reset, but still pretty scuff. Yeah, no, it's the ADHD plus autism causes some hyper-focus. So it's not that easy to drop it. I know what you mean. I'm trying to. My brain keeps going back to it, though. Fucking useless thing. It's too late to reset at this point, so I just need to roll with it unless I make a catastrophic mistake. I made it through the boss fight, so we'll just take it. We're not getting a sub 2 fucking arena entry, though. If I even get in that elevator 159, I'm gonna be happy as a pig in shit. I need to, like, not think about it too much, because PB's off the table. My endgame is not strong enough for me to get out of this. This is marathon practice at this point. PB's dead. I mean, it's not entirely dead, but I might as well consider it that way, so I'm not pressuring myself to shave seconds and then causing myself to lose more. Airbuster is both the easiest boss fight in the entire game for the most part, and one of the hardest. A single miss input's kind of a big issue. You can cancel almost anything with a slide kick. That's a physical attack. But Thundera you get locked into. Otherwise, I would have been able to parry sail. I would have been able to just parry into the Tank Buster and not get hit. I think I... Whatever. So we do have access to self-destruction now. Aerith is our caster. She's about 50 more magic attack than Cloud. And because both characters are equipped with Berserk, we get an additional 30% there. Now that we're out of the phase where it's just machine boss after machine boss after machine boss, we can actually Berserk some of the enemies. Berserk is both a buff and a debuff, depending on how you look at it. It's supposed to be a risk-reward move for putting on bosses. They'll take 30% more, but they'll hit you 30% harder. But because we have access to Fury Rings, we can self-Berserk. Cloud's the only one that can normally inflict Berserk on himself. If you're in Punisher stance, which is the high guard, where he moves very slowly, and it hits very hard, but he doesn't have good movement and no regular guard, you can hold square, and instead of the spin attack that he would normally have in Operator stance, which is his normal combat stance, he'll stab the ground, and if he hits an enemy, he'll inflict a temporary Berserk. The length of the Berserk depends on the difficulty, because debuffs are either increased in duration or decreased. So it's like half a second in easy, a second in normal, and like 3 seconds in hard, I think. So there is a possibility to use that, but not really consistently. Right here, we're not rolling forever, because if we do too much combat action close to exiting combat, Cloud will do a very slow put away where he stops, puts his sword away, and then starts moving, as opposed to this where he moves the whole time. So we're trying to avoid that. With Tifa, however, her movement is so fast and she's so far away from Cloud, the game will switch to Cloud. He'll have this movement put away because hasn't been doing any combat movement, and we can min-max that over/under on Tifa's movement. Ugh. So this is the one cutscene in the game where it's faster to skip with triangle. We can't skip until the camera angle changes there, so we try and take advantage of that. Right here, we're going to run into one of the more awkward fights in this area. There's going to be 3 rats and then 3 gorgers. We want to kill the rats and the gorgers if we can, so that we don't have to worry about any flea timer shenanigans here. It's not necessarily consistent. Unfortunate. What we're looking for is all the rats to die. What happened is I hit one of the rats, so I was trying to hit stun them and keep them from activating Call to Arms, but that didn't happen, so we're just going to have to deal with it. This is what I was trying to avoid, was just standing here waiting for the flea timer to turn off. It's very obnoxious. We did test this the other day. You do have to flip that switch, and then you can come over here. If we could just run to the crate, the flea timer wouldn't be nearly as bad, unfortunately. But because we have to flip that switch, it can lose you a couple of seconds by just having to stand there and look like a ding-dong. You could theoretically try and kill the Gorgers at the end to get into fleeing sooner, but because the AI is so far away, you'd have to switch to Aerith and switch back. And that's assuming the rats wouldn't interrupt her attack. By the way, this is what we normally do with the rats, Sorcerer Storm. The rats can activate Call to Arms if one of them is damaged and then a rat dies. So if any one of the rats has taken a single point of damage and then any one of the rats dies, all of them can activate Call to Arms. And it has probably like an 85-90% activation rate. So if you don't kill all the rats at once, you will definitely activate it. The reason Thunder on Magnify didn't work there, we can get Wind to work, but not Thunder usually, is because what happens is when you use a magnified spell, the first one hits the target, and then it will choose the two closest enemies, and then duplicate, and then duplicate. So there's a lag time in between the spells. Even though Thunder hits fairly quickly, it's still slow enough that they can activate Call to Arms because they only need just the fractal of time. There's no, like, a resolution time for Call to Arms. As soon as the name pops up, it's going. Killing the enemies will not end it. The problem is that the second wave of enemies in this area, the rats will dig in from underneath the floor, dig out from the floor, which makes them invincible like the Whispers in the previous chapter. So we just don't want to see it. So I delay this spell there a little bit, so that the Smogger will die. If I hit it too soon, the Smogger will lock at 1 hit point, because it's still spawning in. The AI can sometimes attack immediately and throw off that timing. Here's something that really doesn't become super important until now. The AI loves to dodge roll before it does any sort of action. And that has been delaying us and affecting us a little bit in the previous chapters, but not too terribly. It mainly becomes a bigger issue with Aerith, because her magic attack is so high, her HP is so low, and her defense is so bad, that with Berserk on bosses and Berserk on her, she can get one-shot by everything. And the delayed attack can sometimes spell death if we don't account for it. The bigger issue is she loves to jump into the bosses. So she'll dodge forward and into the boss. So in a lot of situations, if we just tell her to do something without taking some sort of preemptive action with Cloud to make sure he takes the hit, you'll get one shot. So a lot of these fights can be very, very, very obnoxious because of that. I'm gonna take something for my nausea. This thing is actually killing me. So we do have healing, but Aerith has Bloodsucker, so every kill gives her 5% of her max HP back. And Cloud using Self-Destruct will get us through everything consistently. We'll be right back. Enjoy the propaganda.
あれは崩落した鉄骨でしょうか。すでに火災は消し止められているようです。兵器開発部門統括のガーレットさんですよね。お話伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。5番魔航路にて発生しました爆発について現時点で判明していることをお教えいただけないでしょうか。
現在、5番マッコールは運転を停止し、すでに火災も消し止められております。以降、被害が拡大する心配はございませんので、市街地の皆様はご安心ください。原因につきましては、鋭意調査中ではありますが、1番マッコールで使用された爆弾と同じものと考えて、間違いないでしょう。こちらは一番マコール内で撮影された映像で、犯行グループはアバランチを名乗っており、現在もミッドガルに潜伏していると思われます。
しかし、これだけ短期間に連続して犯行が行われているわけですが、シンラカンパニーは大丈夫なのでしょうか。
どういう意味かしら。
Fuck, I did it again. Sometimes I'll put my tablets or whatever on top of my PS5 since it's right next to my bed. And I'll forget and leave it up there. Speaking of... Oh shit, that's a very good... No! Well, that Super NES controller is going to be on the floor for a bit. Until I get everything straightened up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna have this plugged in for the marathon. But this motherfucker won't last 4 hours. Unless I just charge it to 100%. And even then, it won't last for 5 hours for all the extra incentives. Okay, that's awful too. Yeah. We'll heal up Aerith, but we really don't need to. Between Bloodsucker and the fact that she's going to wipe out most of the enemies, we're good to go. I mean, if this is an hour and a half in, I'm still okay with, like, being part of the way through these in 90 minutes. I'd prefer to be, like, at, Grass House or Leaf House, but whatever. If this was a marathon run, I'd be happy with it, so I really should not be too petty about it. Oh man, that Chapter 4 Annex was actually really good. Oh yeah, everybody has an ability called Bloodsucker. I know you're just memeing, but I figure I might as well address it anyway, PX. Every weapon has special abilities. Some of them have like a name. Like the MP reduction one doesn't actually have a name. It just reduces MP by cost by 20% for offensive spells. No special name there. The MP 20% bonus at max, I kind of call it MP Turbo, but that's not really what it is. It doesn't take additional MP to increase the damage. It just turbocharges the spell when you're at max MP. Not really the same thing, but kind of colloquially, that's how I think of it. But Bloodsucker, Trade-Off, Reprieve, they're all special named abilities. Reprieve, when you die, revives you at 1 HP as long as you die to a damage source, not instant death, and you haven't used it before, and you're higher than 1 hit point. That's why self-destruct is auto, we're not dying to self-destruct, we're actually using instant death immunity, and taking a bunch of self-damage from self-destruct, so Reprieve is activating, and then the HP Absorb attached to enemy skill is activating to siphon 40% of our damage output to the boss back to our HP pool. Obviously, it's based on the enemy's current HP, not like their HP max or anything. So if we self-destruct on enemies with very small HP pools, we'll only get away with a couple hundred instead of a couple thousand. So that's why we only really want to do it on bosses. Trade-off is another interesting one. That will give us a MP back when we lose a significant amount of HP. The game doesn't specify, but the gimmick is every 1,000 HP you lose, you get 1 MP back, which is directly in proportion to MP Absorb, which is 0.01%. So every 1,000 damage we deal, we get 1 MP back. It's the same thing as HP Absorb, though. It's limited on the enemy's HP pool. So even if we hit an enemy for like 9,999 and we should get 10 MP back, if the enemy only has 500 hit points, we'll get 1 MP back. That's it. That's part of the reason why we juggle between Thunder Mag, Thunder Up Mag, and try to stay away from Thundaga Mag, because we have to get a lot of MP back for it to be worth, because we'll start missing out on that 20% damage bonus. Bloodsucker, every time we kill an enemy, the character that has Bloodsucker equipped will get 5% back. Bloodsucker is mainly for the offensive weapons, which happens to be Mithril Staff, Metal Knuckles, Hard Edge, and EKG. Oh, I think that's right. And EKG Cannon. Barret doesn't have good weapons, unfortunately. Wrecking Ball is good for physical stuff, so it can make his limits pretty decent. Honestly, I'd rather go with Steel Pincers. Still has decent magic, has decent physical, and if you can keep him at max MP, it gets a 20% damage bonus. So it's roughly equal to EKG Cannon. Downside is you do close range melee attacks instead of ranged physical. So you lose out on a lot of damage that way. Overcharge is actually really good. It's like one of Barret's only good moves. But it takes forever to recharge, because it's his natural triangle move. If you switch to a melee weapon, you get Overrun instead, which like recharges in like 2 seconds instead of 8 or 10, something like that. So if you like flick the tap triangle to recharge, it'll recharge in like 2 goes, or 1 go plus a little bit of combat. Overrun's pretty good, but the problem is like a lot of fights are designed for Barret to have ranged attacks. So like Arsenal later on, where we have Barret and Aerith, That fight is 100% designed for you to be at a range, not close range fighting. So putting a close range weapon on him is a bad idea. It's very obnoxious, actually.
俺には向かない仕事だ。そんなことないよ。人気出ると思うな。
I would prefer to use a melee weapon, but I actually need overcharge in the way that I use the boss fight. I probably should reroute it, but it's whatever at this point. The run is going to be towards the end of July, so I have a month, and changing up my strats now, unless they're really, really bad, is not a good idea. Especially since Vice is on the line at some point, too. Probably do that tomorrow, I think, maybe the next day. Relearn 3v1 Vice. So I did offer Rude blindfolded and Rufus blindfolded. Luckily, it's a good thing I offered Rude as well, because it turns out that Reno was on the list for whatever reason instead of Rufus. I'm not sure if I wrote it incorrectly, it auto-corrected to Reno, or if they added it to the list improperly. I'm not sure which. Given the discussion that I had with Plexel, it sounded like he was fairly confused, so I think they may have added it wrong and just not remembered the bosses in the game. But yeah, we'll still have the blindfolded open if for some reason it's not met. Even if we don't get Rude, I'll still offer it for Rufus. I could technically do Reno with it as well. Reno's pretty easy as well. I was playing it kind of stupid. I was like, oh, I'm just going to use Disorder because I'm annoyed here, and I should just use Triple Slash. I need to learn, if I'm annoyed, to go with the tried and true strat, not with the I'm going to be annoyed, so I'm going to do something stupid. It's probably my weakest weakness. Weakness! Oops! Alright, so we gotta rescue some kids here. Nothing too interesting going on. There is plenty of downtime in Chapter 3 and here to read donations and donation incentives. But I'm back filling it with commentary because there is time and I've been talking about other things in my chat, so. Let's hope we get a 33 today. That's actually what I'm looking for, I think. 3 minutes off estimate. Consistency would be super nice. That was kind of risky, because sometimes the lock-ons get screwy there. We don't really care if we hit this guy, because we can just do this and clean it up. It's actually a little bit more optimal this way, because then Cloud can get full movement speed. Otherwise, you have to walk over here, and it's super slow. That saved a little bit of time, actually. It may have looked like we were waiting, but trust me, it's a lot faster than walking behind Aerith. It takes you like a good 2 or 3 seconds to catch up to her. We're gonna reset this fight if we don't get it, though. This fight's really awful. Okay. Lucky ducky. Want to kill the rat here first to avoid any opportunities for silly stuff. This fight is also pretty interesting, too. That was really bad. Okay, yeah, I totally messed that up. I cast that way too soon with her. I don't know why I decided to cast so aggressively there. So normally this little segment takes a ton of time. We have to wait for the boy to go up, then the girl, then Aerith, and they all kind of like lag in between. But if we save load right here as the boy goes transparent, it'll actually cause the girl and Aerith to go up at the exact same time immediately rather than waiting. So it saves a nice chunk of time. This fight right here, we're going to drag out as long as possible so we can get to the other side of the room without having to walk it out. The only thing is sometimes Aerith can cast Thunder immediately, or more often she'll hop. Like I was talking about earlier with the AI doing weird stuff, in the PS4 version, it was very uncommon, but sometimes they would hop before an input, and in this version it's flip-flopped. Most of the time they'll hop before they do any sort of input, as long as they're not coming out of a previous move. That is very wrong. How are you not dead? Do I just arrow? I cast Thundera there instead of Thundera Magnify. That was an extremely stupid way to screw that up. I think that was. Blade Burst probably was the best way to recover that, honestly. The problem is the Hedgehogs actually have a pretty decently large HP pool. They got a buff since the PS4 port. Used to be that Triple Slash would kill them, but I think that's because they're weak to ice. And because I'm on Wind Elemental now for Reno and Rude in Chapter 12, my damage is a little bit lacking with Cloud. Though, obviously, Aerith's magic is so silly high that, like, her Cloud's damage shouldn't be that important. What I should have just done was, like, synergied, honestly. Or not synergied, I should have just attacked twice with Cloud, didn't matter how. I think it was Thundaga I cast. So, I mean, it says same difference. I used Thundaga instead of Thundera. I hit circle instead of, triangle? Triangle. Yeah. I went to hit triangle and I fat thumbed circle while I was on the way over. So that's why it was such an ungodly slow fight. I think even Sorcerer Storm probably would have been a better call because I could have canceled it, but... I guess it's going to be one of those runs where it's like, okay, except for me, like, fat fingering 1,000 different wrong buttons. Alright, so we're going to try and do Rude blindfolded here. Hopefully it doesn't blow up in my face. Probably will, but we got to practice it somehow. Sometime. This cutscene right here can be really obnoxious. Sometimes NPCs can run into Cloud and keep him from exiting the dialogue efficiently. Alright, we got through phase 1. The only thing really difficult there is switching stances after the attack. Alright. You're just gonna have to trust me, I had my eyes closed. It's too much of a pain in the ass to keep a skull cap on the entire time and have my head get super duper hot. I already have freaking headaches enough as it is, so... Call me a cheater if you want, whatever. Don't care. I'm only worried about actually having a proof call when it comes to the marathon. I need to practice it. Chat doesn't need to need it. If you don't want to believe me, it's fine. Once you do Reno, Rude, and Rufus enough, you'll realize how actually, like, easy. Why do I have Unmagnified Thundaga? For Hell House. Specifically for Hell House, so I don't need to bother putting it on. Is there any other place I would use it? Yeah, because you use it, what, twice in Hell? I mean, I guess you should cast Thundaga. So what would I have on? Arrow instead? I don't know. I have to magnify Arrow anyway, so... I guess I could put Arrow on? And, no, Hell House is... The thing is, I found that with Hell House, if I don't have the shortcuts, the fight gets really, really fucky. I can't tactical menu during that boss fight since it's so heavily ingrained. It's more likely that I'll cast Arrow by accident and have to reset the boss fight. So, Thunderga's straight up for Hell House. Bad menuing, bad shortcutting, yeah. It is what it is, though. I didn't think that's what you were getting at, but... Maybe. I mean, yeah, I guess the problem is that you'd rather have a dead shortcut. I mean, that's not incorrect, because I have to change into Fyra and Blizzara anyway, so I could simply unmagnify it. That's not a bad idea, actually. That's an even better point. Alright, yeah, I'll probably do that. I don't know if there's any place Thundiga would save me time, but... that could be useful in a few fights. Yeah, it's probably better, because then that way, even if I fat finger it, it one-shots everything. Even if it does torch my MP, it does what I need it to do. Yeah, I'll change that after this in my start file. Of course. Just kill it. What? Aerith, I said so. Nice fight, idiot. Hello? What menu am I in? Good grief. I went through every menu but the one I wanted. Nice braver, by the way, idiot. Wait a minute. I canceled Wind Synergy with that Soul Drain and made it take longer? Oh my, that was a very interesting fight. Man, I am playing very awkwardly. What the hell? I was playing alright Saturday, but I started playing really bad Sunday, and I'm playing really weird today. What the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do you mean? Adding Magnify? I'm gonna go through here, but I'm pretty sure I don't use Magnify anywhere. Oh, you mean the Braver thing I did? Yeah, that's definitely not intended. Soul Drain would have should have been faster. Because her MP is still at max since I've only used Synergy Wind. If that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about the Magnify Thundiga, I think it's just a matter of, like, it's better to hit everything than nothing. I don't think there's any places I'd want to use it, though. I can't think of any place that I do use it outside of Hell House. Because I think it might actually do full damage on the Corneo thugs after self-destruct. So Thundiga Magnify might be worth... could theoretically be worth. Because there's a lot of cases where I end up having to spam Thunder and Magnify twice. So who knows. I don't think there's any place I'd go out of my way to use it, but it's better to have it than not. It's like Aerogut Magnify. It actively limits my damage output in the final chapter, but having it magnified so that it hits everything just in case I have to use it is better than the alternative. It's kind of annoying that Tier 2 and Tier 3 spells do the same stagger value in some aspects. Because it would be nice if upgrading the tier would be worth. Yeah, and I can't really think of any place where I have to have Thundiga that I use it on. So having Magnify theoretically would only be like a benefit. Reduce the chances of me, 1, 2, 3, 4. It reduces time loss to fat fingering. I'd still lose time because of the extra, like, 1 to 2 seconds it takes to hit, but... I'm fucking not that bad, man! I'm only really greedy with my MP when I get to Chapter 17. I still, like, haven't fully routed out the MP for how much I need for, Arsenal. Because my requirement's a little bit different. I'm going for the homing laser version, which means I need to use Thunder, versus Double Cannon, which is Soul Drain, which actually gets my MP back rather than takes it down, right? 4 MP shouldn't be a difference, but the problem is it's a swing in the opposite direction. Because I get, like, an extra 3 MP instead of spending 4, so it's like a whole spell difference. Early game, I'm not too bad about it. It's only if I, like, cast a Thundiga, where I would never cast one, that I get worried about it, but 150 MP is more than enough. The worst thing that could happen is I wouldn't have enough MP for the fucking Corneo thugs. Ooh, no. The one specifically guarding Corneo's room, not everything else. Because once you get through that last Thundiga, it really doesn't matter what you use at that point. All you need is a Tier 2 spell to get the house off the hook, and that's it. You just gotta make sure you don't get smushed. It's obviously preferential that you have more, but, no, see, that would work out good anyway, because then I could go Berserk Blizzaga, Demagnify Thundaga, and then work my way back up. So I wouldn't feel pressured to, like, go Blizzaga, Berserk, over up, to, like, optimize the movements. Okay. Nice. Hello? What? Dude, Triangle Boss is just too strong for me. As long as I have enough to get through Hell House, but since every time I've come out of Hell House, I've had like 30 or 40 MP slush, I'm not too worried about it. It means I have 1 or 2 Thundagas in my back pocket. And in most of those cases, I'm already using Thundera. So it would only be 11 more MP, not 22. So that means there's a couple of places I can just push up Thundera, rather than just straight up adding Thundaga. So it's like 2 or 3 upgrades. That still gives me enough MP to deal with the Corneo thugs. I mean, if I really want to, I could just like Star Shower or Somersault or something. That's probably like the least offensive fight to have to waste time on. One, 2, 3, 4. I wish I could roll forward on Rude, but I can't. I haven't been able to auditorially pinpoint where the roll starts and the guard would go up. So, like, I end up overmashing and rolling twice. Apparently, you can tank the ground hit without guard in some situations, just not reliably. Pretty close. Nice. Yeah, it's only certain chapters that I get really, like, weird about my MP. I need to, like, route it out in terms of, like, know how much extra I have. Because I think in any given chapter, I probably have, like, 50 extra MP. There's very few. The only reason I go for full MP going into Ghoul is because I find that if, for whatever reason, Tempest whiffs, that 20% usually gets me into the next phase, and then we can worry about it from there. Because as long as Cloud and Aerith both have a bar, Kiriga Fyra is enough to get the stagger. Or if Cloud has 2 bars, we can just do Kiriga Fyra, Fire, done. Not optimal, but it works. Okay. I should have just attacked there, to be honest. Actually, take a picture. One day we'll get... No! I'm an idiot! One day we'll get through here at like a 50. I doubt it will be anytime soon, though. Ugh. Strife, if I may ask, what... Do you know what your best, like, high 5 is? What's your, like, normal first split here for this chapter? Because I know, like, a good place is the elevator or something like that. No idea? Fair enough. I guess that's the one cursed thing, right? Is, like, everybody kind of has their own place where they split. So it can be kind of hard to compare. Yep. Nice smashing through the dialogue, dum-dum. Oh. Take a standing break here. Honestly, this doesn't seem like a great time, but it's not as bad as I've been feeling. Been playing a bit sloppy, but honestly, it's more funny sloppy than, like, huge time loss sloppy. I'm surprised that I'm at such a decent spot. I guess it really does prove, like, what I keep saying out loud, but I don't believe in my head. That, like, the first couple of hours is very small time losses outside of, like, major mistakes. You know, it's maybe 5-10 seconds here at the worst. most of it is sub double-digit time loss. It does add up very quickly if you keep making silly mistakes, but, you know, for the most, it's a little bit here, a little bit there. You have to add up quite a bit to get to a meaningful impact. I think this is about 5 minutes, so it's going to be a 59 elevator. This saves a little bit of time because I can move at full speed rather than walk slowly through this dialogue. And by time, I mean very minimal amount. These doors are really awkward too. You have to hold triangle to activate them, but the most optimal way to do it is run up and mash triangle like a madman. And then once you see the prompt pop up, hold triangle from there. Can I? Oh my god, I tried to pick up a cough drop and freaking stuck on the table. That could have been really annoying. Yeah, there's a function button on the bottom of the Edge controllers, and if you accidentally touch it, it'll like do a button combination with one of your face buttons to change the profile. Which I believe its function in 0 is Final Fantasy VII, and everything else is basic on triangle. So it resets the back switches. I really wish they didn't have a giant touchpad in the middle of the controller, though. 2 reasons. It's very easy to touch it and lose time because it has no actual valuable function in normal gameplay outside of showing your progress on side quests, which gives you a very, very vague suggestion of where to go. In some cases, it just straight up tells you what you want to know. Excuse me? Okay. What am I doing? That was a really weird route I decided to take. One of these days, I'm getting inside before this dialogue, I swear. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but I swear I can do it. Fun fact, I've probably thrown away about 3 or 4 runs walking away from Honeybee Inn here. So, if you're ever learning to run these games and you make a silly mistake like that during a run, I've probably done it at least once, if not more. I've also glitched the game out in plenty of non-beneficial ways, so you're not the only one that's suffering. This game is very awkward. So we wanted to take all very specific dialogues here so that we could get Madame M's side quests instead of Sam's. 57, You end at 21, that's all you know. Or 201. I would guess you're saying that, like, sub 2 Hell House or 2-hour Hell House probably isn't possible then. That's interesting. It's terrifying to think, like, how wide the gap is between you and me. It probably is. Humanly or task possible, you think? I guess I should clarify that question. Because there's a lot that's probably possible in this game, task-wise, but not really likely human-wise. So we're going to pick one last dialogue here to make sure we get Madame M's side quest. No matter what I think, and we're out of here. Now we 100% have Madame M's side quest. The reason this is important is right after we get the shitty Million Guild dress that she sells to us for Aerith, she'll send us on a hunt for side quests. And if we get Sam, we're going to have to huff it over to Sam's, talk to him, mash through his dialogue, and then come back. But if we get Madame M's, we get it at the same time. So we can leave the shop, turn right back around, tap the door, and progress. I guess since you're sticking with that, you mean it's probably humanly possible. That makes sense, I guess. Alright, so normally if we had like a really good time, we'd be getting in this elevator at 58, 57. Not gonna happen today. Anything sub 2 hours is nice. Puts us in a pretty good spot to be underestimated. 2 hours means we're getting really close. We don't want to move here because we want the menus to load, and I find that it takes the menus longer to load if I step here. I do need to get out of the elevator to trigger a cutscene, but I also want to save load ASAP to end Aerith's dialogue there, which is fairly long if we don't save load to cancel it. So that saves a good 20-30 seconds. I don't move because it takes the menu longer to save load, or pop up, in my opinion. Alright, let's go. Oh, I'll get something killed alright, and it ain't gonna be me. Like, right here, Thundergup probably could be a bit better. Who knows, though? Alright, well, that's about 2 hours, that's alright. This is a pretty decent run. Not a PB, unless I start playing out of my mind, which is very unlikely. But, definitely on pace for a 32-33. Maybe a 34, depending on how sloppily we go. As long as we keep it sub 35, I'll be happy. I'd like not to be too close to my estimate if I can avoid it. Even a low 35, I'm not too happy with. We are going to be using Buster Sword for Hell House. Either Iron Blade or Buster Sword is optimal. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that actually loses time or not. Whatever. Yeah, but Buster Sword or Iron Blade is optimal. Buster Sword is more optimal because I can set it up for a little bit more of a specified fight here. It'll allow me to put on ATB Stagger, Skill Master, Ice Elemental specifically, which makes this fight a lot easier. And something in Bio. Not sure what the other one is. Berserk, I think. This fight's pretty straightforward. We're just gonna zap both of them and then Blade Burst our way through. Nice. Sometimes we'll underdamage a little bit, but there's not much you can do about it. Just follow up. That's why I swung immediately. Because either the cutter or the sweeper can be underdamaged. So we just gotta skip a cutscene here, and we are good to go. Buster, down, up, and over. Oh, okay. Wait, what? No, that's right. I think... No, goddamn, dude, my brain just completely freaked out because I accidentally mismenued there. Oh my god. I re-equipped her weapon, and it threw me off, so I was like, wait, this isn't correct, is it? And it took me a couple of seconds for my brain to click in and be like, yeah, that's correct, stupid. Alright. So we did lose a little bit of time there to the menu, because I kind of freaked out and thought I misequipped her weapon. There are times where I switch to a weapon and switch back to overwrite all the materia, and I thought maybe I had accidentally done that with Aerith, but she only does that once in the game. All I did was simply re-equip the weapon, which changed nothing. It's such a silly mistake. But it's better than getting into this fight and having everything screwed up. We would like to get Cloud to get the stagger here, but sometimes Aerith steals it. Bio takes a little bit of time to hit, so it really doesn't matter. What we did there is we did a very specific amount of stagger and physical damage at the same time to make sure that God mode would enable, but it wouldn't reset the stagger value. If you do too much damage, it'll empty out the stagger bar before phase transitioning. But since we hit a very specific value, we got away with bloody murder pretty much. Throw it out. What do we have here? Fire, Blizzara. Fire. Not bad. The lead into it was bad, but the fight itself was pretty good. Damn. I mean, this run was pretty scuffed, so... It's surprising how much of a world of difference there is between your time and my time. I think, like, that best I have is, like, a 202 or something like that. Hell House. I guess 201.59 and 201.01 or 00 are completely different, though. About 60 seconds in variance there. A minute is actually quite massive in the terms of this run. Early on, it's fractions, bits of seconds here and there. So now Madame M's giving us her side quests, and we don't care. It doesn't matter whose side quest we get, we don't need to bother with either of them. They're not important at all. So we're going to dip on out and head back in. Johnny here is going to interrupt us, however, or not. I don't know, it depends on how you look at it. Oh, Johnny doesn't actually sound like a spud in Japanese. I just want to blow my left nostril and I don't have enough left on that frickin' tissue. Yeah, I mean, that is, that is definitely a deficit. My brain obviously can't handle both. It's only so good. I'm lucky I can get both halves to function at a somewhat reasonable rate at the same time. Yeah, I could probably sit back and listen to some comments or some music or whatever and have a little bit more fun. There's been a couple of runs where I've sat back, throw some music on, and it just helps me focus pretty much. But it also makes watching the stream extremely boring, I'm sure. It's kind of weird. Like, no, I don't need to talk to you anymore. Out of here. The lack of a goal here really messes with me. Sometimes there'll be, like, multiple goals marked up, and it kind of messes with my head. And we're out of here. Oof. Tiny little brain. Yeah, that's why I was talking earlier about maybe showing off material combinations on the Rebirth in terms of, like, YouTube videos. So at least it's out there in the ether, and if somebody asks, like, about some basics or something like that in the Rebirth Discord, I can always just poke to those videos. But yeah, here's a playlist going over some, like, really interesting interactions. I'll have to write down where everything is placed so I can remember it for commentary too, actually. Dude, it doesn't even feel real that Rebirth is coming out this winter. Because they're, like, basically hiding that game in the corner because of 16. Don't get me wrong, I'm excited for 16 and I'm definitely going to learn to run it. You know, the gameplay seems more action-oriented, which would definitely be a lot more fun. But Rebirth is going to be interesting. What's going to be really interesting is doing both games back-to-back. And then the eventual trilogy speedrun, that's probably going to be like a whole day event. Disc 1, Disc 2, Disc 3. That's going to be funny that you could put it that way. Alright, I'm out of here. Enjoy the dancing while I go limber myself up or something. Ugh. Yeah, we're still recharging. What a bummer. And I don't think I've ever thrown myself off so hard trying to do the shortcuts. Or more so the weapon. I think I got nervous because I did the same thing the other day. Thank you. Oh. I think that's good. Wow. Right, without any idea what it's not. I'm a legend. And I freaking shaved yesterday and I just about scalped myself. Not gonna be able to shave for a few days.
見て見て、喜びのダンス。ちょっと興奮しすぎ。いいから来いって。楽しかったんだな。飲みながら話そうぜ。あれってアドリブかな。じゃない。あの人びっくりしてたもん。クラウド。すごいステージだったね。
Oh my god, is that dialogue even longer in Japanese? I'm gonna start going for the long because I keep getting her extra dialogue, which is so annoying. Yeah, I got like 35 MP. Yeah, I could upgrade those Thunderous twice and still have enough MP for the Corneo fight. Once, to be safe. Because I might need Thundaga on the final phase there. As long as I don't Thundaga out of the blue. And it's just an upgrade from the Thunder Up. Nothing too interesting going on here. We're just going to be heading into the sewers in a moment. Luckily, we get a nice little break there. Unfortunately, we don't get another break until we get into Shinra HQ. We can get a small one in Chapter 14 if the Barrett 8 quote-unquote cutscene gets added in. That's a nice 2-minute break. Also, it's really good storytelling, to be honest. I love it. Not long enough to really waste a bunch of time, but long enough for a nice little stretch. We do need a menu here, but we're going to wait until they start talking so that I can save load open these doors immediately instead of waiting for the dialogue to finish normally. Oh my god, that's so loud. That's so ungodly loud. What the heck? I guess I couldn't hear that frickin', couldn't miss that dialogue unless I actually went deaf, which it might actually make me go deaf. Oof. One of the earlier fights where Cloud's going to be out of the party. This is the only time Aerith is ever the leader, which is kind of weird, but whatever. You actually use every character as leader once in the game, except for Red. Yeah, what we want to do there is cast fire immediately, and then pop him into the air with Tifa's parry, and then just get to the door from there. Got a couple of cutscenes to skip, and now we're in the next chapter. And now we're into the next boss fight. Arcane Ward on Cloud. Fire Shower. Fire Results. We wanted to break a certain horn there to make my life easier. Okay. So yeah, that may look pretty complex, but it's not really too much. It's probably like one of the first boss fights that you can practice. The big gimmick in that fight is placing Arcane Ward on the right character and doing the movement consistently enough so Aerith doesn't get off Arcane Ward so that she duplicates all of her spells. That's the big gimmick to that fight. Otherwise, it's the fastest one in the game. You can make it a little bit faster if you could get Enrage skip. You can actually cancel the Enrage animation, which does take a little bit of time to play out. Personally, I don't really care one way or the other. Having Enrage does lose you a little bit of time, but it gives you plenty of time to buffer everybody's inputs before the next phase, so that you don't miss any inputs, unless you're fat-fingering stuff. But this can be kind of hard to do, but not impossible. And what I mean there is like getting in front of both the girls. Their movement, one of them usually gets to the switch with you, and the other one ends up going down the stairs. It's super awkward. That could have been really awkward. We want to arrow magnify the crab there, so it hits the rats as well. You could somersault with Tifa, but you still need the rats to die for everything to be cleaned up. You also want to be careful with your sliding, because the crabs, like the shock troopers earlier, will be able to activate a guard move if they're being physically attacked, just like the dodging move. This, however, will greatly reduce their damage, so it's functionally the same. The enemy will get hit, but the crabs pretty much survive just about anything that hits them in that case, outside of a limit. That's how much damage reduction it has. So we gotta be careful with some of these crabs and make sure we don't hit them with parries. There's a lot of places where you have to be careful about the parry and its physical damage triggering guard states from enemies. So it's something that we have to be careful about. That's why sometimes our movement with Tifa is really awkward, because we're trying to avoid that. Sometimes the game just kind of spawns Tifa and Aerith wherever it feels like. This one's actually pretty funny. You listen, the water's still draining out even though I'm in the water area. We'll come back here later, but for now, we're out. We'll retread some of the segments of the sewer once we get through. Come back here in chapter 14. Yeah, 14. We could skip quite a few things if we're doing glitched. When we first got Aerith, we could have skipped all the way to Walmart at the very beginning. We have to go to the train and then double back so we can get out of bounds. And then we can run out of bounds straight up to the Walmart segment and avoid everything in between. The game doesn't really like that, though. Kind of loads funky if we do it that way. We wanted to wait for a fire to kill that one rat. Didn't really lose as much time as it looks like there. Like I said, once again, these ladders and stuff take forever to activate, so it's not worth it. Aerith has MP up, and Cloud has Magnify and MP Absorb to make their MP go far enough. I could go for the MP Absorb strat with Aerith as well, like I did with Cloud. The major difference is her damage is high enough that she really doesn't need the 20% buff from being at full MP. And she doesn't have 20% cost reduction. So doubling down on Magnify plus MP Absorb, in my opinion, is not worth it. You would usually end up with one Magnified, one Synergied, and then one MP Absorb. So you'd have 3 different elements either way. I find it easier to just not bother with that and have an MP up that doesn't need to be attached to anything specifically. Gives me a bit freer in terms of menuing and choice, materia choices. There are plenty of crates we can grab in every single chapter, but we don't get it every single place. There's what a one-shot. Yeah, it just simplifies my menus. Cloud's the only one that really needs to go the extra step. Because towards the end game, he still is a good caster, but by the lower magic, he kind of falls off a bit. But if we double down on the same element in Magnify and MP Absorb, we managed to keep him at max MP, giving him a 20% buff, helping to offset the loss of damage that Magnify inflicts. And we can actually cheese out Abzu 2's boss fight because of all the ads with Fyriga Magnify. And with that damage bonus, Magnify will get us through pretty much every chapter without Aerith. Right now, we have Aerith, so it doesn't really matter what she has. As long as she has Spell plus Magnify, she can nuke everything. As long as they're not resistant to whatever element we're using. Having a little bit of a cheese stick and wanted to get it out of my upper palate so it's not bothering me the whole time. We have one of the most awful minigames coming up, though, the pump minigame. I usually plan on missing it like twice, is what I expect. Hopefully it's on the third pump and not the first one or second one. The first ones, they're both pretty easy to do, pump 1 and pump 2. As long as you're not thinking about it too much. There's some very easy visual cues. The first one you should be able to push down during the red area as soon as the needle gets in there and still have it work. And then for the other one, you just need to hit the first, like, dark line before. Alright, so that's the last fight that we have any control over until we clean up the stupid pump here. The last one is so quick that we all have kind of invented an audio cue. I need to match 1, 2, and 3 up to the first 3 beeps, and then create a 4th one in that same rhythm, and then push down slightly after. The reason this is super difficult is because you don't get a lot of red per X push on round 2 and 3, and somebody in their infinite wisdom decided that this should be bound to the thumbstick instead of up and down on the D-pad, which there are plenty of other places where they did use the D-pad specifically to skip cutscenes and menuing those, so I don't know why they decided to go this route, but I hate it. It makes this so much less controllable is what it feels like. It just feels like there's a slight delay in your inputs, so... Anyway, we're just gonna mash and hope we get through this. There is only a max amount of speed we can get here, so... Even if you had a turbo controller, there's only so much you can get out of this. Just part of the other reason why this stinks. Actually, it might be better that way anyway, or else everybody would rock in turbo. I wish we could use turbo. It would be worth for this garbage. A little bit early, but that'll be fine. Very early, but we still in there. Nah, that's still a little bit early, not very. One, 2, 3, 4. Alright, let's go. Too bad this isn't a good run, but we're definitely in a much better position here. Oh, nice. I'm glad some frame drops could happen towards the end there, so it looked like I freaking, like, clipped it or something. Or freaking, made some sort of, splice. I tell you what. I can understand people cheating, but I would never do it myself. It's just, like, very frustrating to me. I have a hell of a time with this game. I would like to get out at some point, but I also want to accomplish this myself. And not fake it. Fire, fire. Whatever. 2 packages of smelling salt. Woo! Let's go! I can smell! Fire, fire, salt. Okay. And we're out of here. 25 is aight. Could be better, but I'm not going to complain about that. Yeah. I mean, I've seen like a lot of it recently because of the videos talking about whatever the third guy that cheated in Minecraft was, and then I guess there's the Space UK or whatever in that rhythm game. So I've been thinking about it a lot recently, and it's like, I don't know. I can understand, like, it's like climbing the mountain, right? There's a big difference between seeing it yourself and having a picture of it. And that's basically all you're doing, is you're just looking at a picture of it and it's like, yeah, this is what I needed. Okay? Yeah, Space UK was, like, pretty rough, too. Because, like, he was like, oh, yeah, somebody dethroned me, ha ha ha, like, was aggressively cheating and then being inflammatory the whole time. It was pretty frustrating to look at. What? Oops, didn't cast the spell. We don't need to grab that MP crate, but I did anyway. Because this will make sure my MP is maxed going into Ghoul. So if I miss input here, fire will hit a little bit harder. If strat goes correct, I shouldn't need the extra 20% on fire, but if the strat does go wrong, that fire will get me through it. At least the first phase. But, honestly, the only way I could think to, like, cheat this run would literally to splice in between chapters. You could get a pretty decent run if you just IL'd it out, to be honest. But you have to grind for a bit. The trick is showing, like, the competency level that's there. So there's only so much that you can do with this. Like, I've been at this stupid game for, like, 2 to 3 years at this point. It's the point of actual, like, insanity. So, I probably could cheat if I wanted to. Most people would believe it, but I don't wanna. Stupid. What's the point? Excuse me? Fire, well, there's that extra MP I needed. There's some more extra MP. That was pretty scuff, but it is what it is. Normally, Fire will kill both of the Cripshays there, but one of them decided not to charge, so I only killed one of them. There's 5 enemies total. I need to take out 2 of them, because Magnify will take out the remaining 3. Like, at least with this game, there's not, like, a huge amount of competition. But, like, in games, like, where there's a lot of competition, it's really, you're robbing the people around you, too. Because you're stealing them of their achievement. And you're also enfranchising people that could be really good at the game. Because you can do it so much easier, so why should I bother competing? It's pretty frustrating. There's always a consequence to actions, and I think some people are just only concerned about themselves. So right here, we want to make sure we don't move too aggressively, because we want that ghost to spawn in. We're going to try and go for another save load here, but it's not likely going to happen. I'll talk about it once we get done setting it up. Should be okay. Too late. Okay. So, you can run into this and open the menu, like I said earlier in Chapter 5. And if you open the menu at the right time, this train car will open immediately and all this stuff will have already resolved. I was a little bit late there, but I try and do the setup as quickly as possible to minimize time investment. This one saves about 30 seconds if you hit it. So it's a pretty big win, and the risk is pretty low. The only thing that's obnoxious is I kind of have to go out of my way to set it up. So I have something close to a visual cue, so that I know if I can actually save and load and it'll work. Both times I hit it so late that I was already in the resume menu, so there was nothing to think about. But if you do open it early, you need to look at your visual cues to make sure that you're at the right point. Because if you open it too early, you can save load, it'll have 0 effect, and you've just lost time to the save and loading, which I say is like 5-ish seconds. So sometimes, you know, doing a small setup and confirming a visual cue somewhere on the screen will turn like 5 seconds of time loss into 2 or 3 seconds. And it also increases your chances of hitting it properly, too. So, we're going to use Aerith's tactical menu here, because the game gets kind of buggy since Aerith and Tifa are both scared by the ghosts. They'll cast immediately there. I will heal everybody up on the opposite side. I can't do it here because they'll stall out and prevent me from opening this door immediately. It's really kind of annoying, actually. I would prefer to do it before then, because I'd be at max MP, but it is what it is. We have one more ghost here, so we're just going to bop him with Disorder. Then we're just waiting for the ghost to be killable at that point. We are going to heal up. If I get in a really bad spot, we may have to use Curaga with Cloud. If we have to use it with Tifa, we're boned. That's a really bad position to be in, so we have to reset the fight in that case. But if we can avoid having our characters lose HP, which is pretty much impossible, it'll make it so that the Curaga will default to Ghoul instead of our party members. So there's no chance that I fat finger the menu that way. Ghoul is my mortal nemesis, but I've spent several hours practicing it recently, so I'm heavily confident that I'm going to exercise this ghost. Hmm? Alright, Aerith may look like her ATB is a little bit low, but it'll be fine. Just gonna push her around a bit here to build some. Now, depending on where Aerith lands, how the AI moves her, it's going to change how I have to do this second part, but we should be fine. That's kind of annoying, actually. That's fine. Luckily, she was far enough out of position that it made my life easier rather than harder. Unfortunately, you see what happened to Cloud there. That's why the AI in this fight is a menace. Because, it tends to like to guard, and because we're on Berserk, we're going to take 30% more damage, and we Berserk Ghoul there as well, so she does 30% additional damage. And we have Geometry Bangles on, which is 9 defense and magic defense. So we basically only have a little bit of the defense that weapons offer, and very little base defense that we normally have. So a lot of things in that fight do thousands of damage, and as you can see, we don't have thousands of HP. We barely have about 4. Cloud has a little bit under 5. So those blue fires do like 3.5, something like that. So if you get hit by anything into the fire, you basically die. Even when you're guarding. So, Ghoul is very, very dangerous. Especially since you have to let the AI control Cloud and Aerith while you're trying to get across the room with Tifa. More often than not, one of them will be lost. Usually Cloud. Because you switch to Aerith, since her magic stat's so much higher, she can clear the fight a lot more efficiently. If Aerith has died in the first phase, or ATB is messed up, you can always switch to Cloud instead. Which is a little bit more annoying, but it works. Because Curaga Fire Up will still get a stagger. What am I doing? That's very delayed. Era. Okay, Somersault, Double Disorder. We're not too worried about the damage from Disorder here. We actually just wanted the ATB assist and a Fire Synergy to clean up that ghost. Era should clean up everything here. We chill out in front of the Crypt Chase there, so that if the one in the center actually rushes forward and hits us, we'll counter stance, which will heavily reduce the damage, and counter, and the sweep should be wide enough to hit everything back, so that way they should all get one shot by Era at that point. I can understand it in that aspect, yeah. Hard mode and stuff. I haven't gotten too deep into, like, near ridiculous speedruns. Like, this on the surface level is kind of obnoxious, but it's not, like, to the point of, like, well, I made one mistake, runs over. I mean, obviously, one mistake can kill a PB, but it's not so bad that it's like, well, I'm done playing. I gotta start again from the beginning. So I could understand. Though, the flip side of those is you're choosing to do the additionally ridiculously high level difficulty. So maybe don't do it if it's not fun for you. It's weird, right? Because I know how these can end up being very unfun. So, like, there's, like, these weird flip sides that are, like, both, not helpful and helpful at the same time. We're gonna cast Arrow here a couple of times. I could use Somersault if I wanted, but, this is back to Ice, yeah. Into, Arrow, yep. Excuse me, thank you. Pretty good menu there. We need Ice Synergy for Ghoul, or Eligor, rather. Let's see here. Tifa heal herself. That Kirigo was completely not needed, but whatever. Tifa's MP is completely unnecessary. Yeah, I guess I could do both. I wasn't sure what you were talking about, so I was like, never mind, I need to focus. Arcane Ward. Tifa, Disorder. Okay, this ATV's good enough to go. I'm so glad freaking ATV or boost doesn't get canceled there. Lets me get away with bloody murder. Wow, I haven't gotten that out in a long time. Alright. I was considering it, but I didn't want to cycle through the menu because I'm a little bit rusty with it. I'll have to see what you were talking about, because I remember you saying there's a better way to do that fight. Just haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Because I know there's been a couple of variations. Berserk, no Berserk. Instant error, delayed error. Use Somersault, don't use Somersault. Alright. So we're heading into one of the harder segments here. We're going to finally lose Aerith, which is going to spike the difficulty back up. We were starting to reach a crescendo here, but now that we have Aerith out of the party, things are going to get really hard, really fast. Switch over to that, ATB boost. I guess we're just going to go for a double limit here. Whatever. What's our HP looking like? I want to heal up Cloud. You gotta heal in the right spot here so that you can keep moving without stopping. It's super obnoxious, but it is what it is. Alright, give me a second here. I'm gonna have to do a pretty complex menu. New. Yes. You up and over for that. Down. Oh, that would have been... Oh, hold on there. That was really annoying, actually. That could have been really bad if I'd actually swapped that materia at any point. Wrong, Blizzara, Dolphin, Arrow, and Dolphin? Yes, okay. Oh yeah, the ban list was hilarious. The only thing I watched some of the YCS, but the one thing I was more interested in was Joshua Schmidt grinding out the rank 1 or rank 2 in Europe, because he finally switched to Sprite. I didn't want to have anything to do with it, because he was playing tier for a while, but once he switched over to Sprite, I was like, yeah, let's go. Oh, no, not Eligor. I'm talking about the MP? What's my MP at? Should be fine. I used Fire Magnify. Oh, shit. That's weird. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna have to grab this, I think. I must have cast fire without realizing it. Oh, dude! Poopy doopy. Oh, never mind. That just kind of looks stupid, but whatever. I was talking about the, Drakes, specifically, not Eligor. Yeah, I figured it was a fire. That's the only reason I'd be off by 1. I must have done it on the way up, which is the worst place to do it. If you fire on the first set of enemies, it's fine. If you fire on the second set of enemies, you're gonna be short. I don't know why I'm so absent-minded about my tiers currently. I've done that a couple of runs in a row. I might need to do more individual practice so I can do this stuff without thinking about, again, talking too much, not doing enough. I'll have to let Seamed know where he can, catch me, where I need to have full NP. Because there are a couple of places I need to check, because that fight would have gone really poorly if I was short, without a crit, which it doesn't look like I had. It's kind of shocking how much 20% is. Strife, do you know if that 20% bonus procs before Magnify's deduction or after? Because that would, like, slightly affect how beneficial that 20% bonus is, correct? The 20% bonus that you get when you cast a spell at full MP, do you know when it is in the mathematic formula? Or does it really not matter? Because, like, at the end of the day, it just more or less offsets Magnify, I guess is the basic question. Because that's kind of how I explain it whenever I'm doing commentary. The 20% bonus from being at full MP more or less offsets the 25% debuff from Magnify. I know, like, the actual percentages would be a little bit different depending on when it goes in, I think. Like, 20% before the debuff, I think, would do more. Should do more, because it's the full number rather than part of it. I don't know, it's fucking more complicated math than I can parse right now. You know what, never mind, it's a fucking useless question. All I need to know is it makes a difference. They just overcomplicated question for no particular reason other than I felt like it, I guess. Okay. Okay, if that more or less is correct, then I'll just keep saying that, not overthinking it. I don't know, every once in a while my brain just kind of like... Well, the thing is, right, like, Cloud is slightly underpowered compared to Aerith. So, like, the thing that I'm trying to draw is that normally his power would scale even lower because he doesn't have that extra 50 NP. But because he has that 20% buff, it means his magnified spells stay at base power the entire time, is what I'm trying to say in general. So, like, otherwise, where Aerith gets a debuff, his magnified spells are roughly equivalent between the two. Because while she faces mainly, you know, 25% debuff, he actually, like, offsets it, so the damage calc's pretty much the same, despite having lower stats. In other words, he's just as good at taking out clear groups of enemies. I mean, it's probably a bit different, because you use Magnify on Aerith, too, and Synergy and MP Absorb, so... I guess really, like, at the end of the day, the only important part is, like, it makes it so Cloud can take out groups of enemies a lot more efficiently than he probably should be able to by micromanaging his MP. That is too early. Get in there. Thank you. Speaking of what I just said. Excuse me. See you later. There we go. That's true too. The whole point that I like, it's not that Cloud does more damage. It's just that Cloud can hold his own in a group of enemies, in a magnified state, as long as we keep him at mag. The thing is like, because of the way that I route, I know for sure without MP Absorb, you lose a ton of time by grabbing crates and a ton of damage. So it's more so like pointing that out, but I need to find out an efficient way to point it out that doesn't sound really weird. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because it is something that we heavily rely on to make Cloud's damage more reasonable, right? Because, like, honestly, I wouldn't, like, think to compare it to Aerith. I just kind of brought it up as a tangent. It's more so that, like, when we keep them... We get two things out of keeping him max MP. 20% more damage, so he can actually kill a lot more things with lower-tiered spells. And we don't have to bother grabbing MP crates anywhere. That's the main gist of it. Because, like, each crate's about 2 seconds, 3 seconds max. That really was late. Here. Alright, well I've gotten plenty of triples. I think this is one of the areas, because we can get away with Fire Magnify in a lot of places where we need Fire Up Magnify. And a lot of these enemies we can kill with Fire Up Magnify without Fire Up. Yeah, it's because my brain is kind of like in between two things, so I said it in a super awkward way. Sorry about that. Fuck you. Oh my god, are you serious? Answer. What I do deserve this shit. What the fuck? Was Root still standing up there? God damn it, dude. This game is so cursed. I'm gonna switch to manually menuing, because I'm so sick and tired of Dolphin Flurry just not hitting him when he does Flash Foot. She misses like half the fucking time every time I get there. It's so infuriating. That's the worst. Shit game. You know what I think it is? I think if I do it manually like that, it's one of those places where like I hit the exact proper frame rule to fucking have it not locked on properly. Wouldn't have been as bad if she'd actually hit Rude. At least then I could have fucking taken him down quickly. God, how much time did I lose that? Like 2 minutes? Yeah, like 2 minutes. That's awful. Yeah, I asked you the question in a super technical way, but... Yeah, I don't really get Flash Foot that often. Last couple of runs have been EMP Triple or Flash Strike. I think I'm just going to start manually menuing the Dolphin Flurry, though, in Tactical. Because it seems like when I will lose some time tactically menuing it, but I think it'll actually lock on properly and she'll chase down on Flash Foot rather than fucking missing. The problem is like she can Flash Foot or Dolphin Flurry should hit him, even with Flash Foot, but the game the game corrupted the targeting and hit the helicopter instead of Reno. So the limit that I'd saved specifically for that phase to kill Reno at the very least missed, because the game is shit at playing itself. Oh, really? Whatever it is, it would have to be something, because Flash Foot is, like, so uncommon. Hard mode, the fight always goes the same way, and we seem to get usually Flash Strike or triple. Yeah, I'm not. It's so weird. That's so toxic. Now that I've had her miss at least 3... She's missed 3 Dolphin Flurries, so that Flash Foot shenanigans, I'm going back to tactical menuing it. I won't tactical menu on Rude, because we can clean up Rude pretty quick. With the Blizzaga, Aeroga. But we're going to tactically menu the Dolphin Flurry at Rude, or Reno. That should fix the targeting so that the game doesn't absolutely blow. Tactical menuing, for the most part, I've never had anything with, as long as I do it through tactical, so... I guess the shortcut there is superfluous, but whatever. Is there any other place that I use Dolphin Flurry? Not in that chapter. I use it, what? In 13? For Failed Experiment. I use it on, Flash Foot, so how it's supposed to work, Dolphin Flurry chases down Reno, Reno dies, period. Even on Flash Foot. What happens is sometimes when we use the shortcut menu, targeting just whiffs and Tifa hits the fucking helicopter instead of Reno. Which is why I was talking about tactically menuing. So what I need to do is tactically menu Dolphin Flurry at Reno, that will kill Reno. Or at damn near close kill Reno. Follow up, Blizzaga Rude, which will break his guard, double Aeroga dead. Cloud's magic is high enough from Iron Blade plus 2 magic ups in Berserk. That you little rat. Stealing things again. Come here. Fine. Come here. Come here, bro. Come here. She's just sitting in the door looking at me. Come here. Come here. Fine, be like that. But, Dolphin Flurry will stop triple, stop Flash Strike. You can stop Flash Foot with Ascension, but you'd have to get a level 2 limit and then hold it for that phase, or give him Gutter Dummerung, which are both awful ideas. Ideally, Dolphin Flurry will chase him down even when he's doing Flash Foot. But every time I've tried to do it through shortcuts, it's corrupted. Yeah. It is tempting, because I could just use, like, Dolphin Flurry on Phase 3, though. Problem is, Flash Strike's a lot more common, and Ascension won't stop Flash Strike. Well, this is going to be a fat 34. Thanks, Reno and Rude. I'm so glad I did 3 for 3 on the frickin' pump. Just have it pissed away there, as usual. Alright. Stop tilting, let's just play the game. No! Oh my god. I'm buffering so many friggin' buffers. I need to work on my parry sailing at some point. I've, like, buffered so many uppercuts out of parry sails. It's actually losing me a lot of time. It shouldn't be like that either. I need to learn to let go. What I mean by that is I need to learn to let go so that I'm not buffering uppercuts, is what I mean. And specifically let go of the triangle button and then just go to regular parries for a little bit. Most of the time it won't lose you a lot of time since you have to switch to Cloud, but if you need to finish up the fight with Tifa, it's super slow. Japanese dialogue's way better on these parry sales. I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway! Who's getting hit by self-destruct? Oh. I shouldn't have done that. That was really risky. I should have switched to Barrett first, too. That was the other mistake I made. Meh. Whatever. I need to save the time where I can get it. Oh, this might not be good. What? I'm not even gonna complain! Yep, not gonna complain. I don't know how I skipped that fight, but I did it again! That's the second time. My copy is cursed. I fucking have glitched this game so many times, my copy is just like bugged. That's it. I've come to the decision that I've glitched this game into the other fucking universe. I stopped and I'm like, I'm not getting a fight. You know what? Fine, sure, I won't take the fight. That's cool. My ATV was, or my MP was messed up anyway. That was so much. That was such good luck. Holy shit. Otherwise, that fight would have actually been really annoying. I honestly wouldn't have hesitated if I didn't want the crate. I was like, no, I should pick up the MP crate to top my MP off. Then I, like, didn't get the fight, and I'm like, okay. Yes. If you have any issue with bright flashing lights, you know, be warned. We are going to be going into Underground Lab here in a minute or two. That will have some bright flashing lights while we're shooting rocks. Not much I can do about it. They, for some reason, felt the need to blind and deafen you with some flashbangs here. It is what it is. This run is purged. And I'm out. Awful. I really wish I knew what the hell was causing it. I just have broken this game down to a molecular level, and it is, my copy specifically has been hit by that gamma ray that causes, you know, 12 for 12 on Ender Eyes or whatever. And perfect dragon patterns that are straight up impossible for Minecraft. Oh boy. Dude, I'm gonna get kicked out of the event. I got warned about that last year. I was like, can I say anything about Dream Luck? And they're like, no! I'm gonna end up saying it when something like this happens during the event. This luck is a dream! Oh. Dare you. He never cheated. Even though he definitely admitted to having some sort of API that fucking increased his drop rates. But it was an accident! He didn't cheat. Nah. Oh, I'm not gonna throw too much shade in that aspect. Maybe it wasn't intentional. Maybe it was. Who cares? He doesn't even do speedrun content. What? Could you... Hello? One miss input, and that's what happens. Gimme. One more. Save load. So we save load here to warp the cat to the hole, then we save load again to get the cat to jump in immediately. Otherwise, it takes a very long time for the cat to get to the hole, and a very long time for the cat to jump down. We also need to swap out and steal Magnify, First Strike, and both Magic Ups from Cloud. This way Barrett can actually do damage, rather than strongly suggest that the enemies die. You could also go for Ice Elemental. It's one or the other, really. Going for both is kind of greedy. We could be a little bit faster if I take care of this first set of bugs, but it's inconsistent, so I just ignore them. Ends up saving more time because the killing is so inconsistent. Oops. You gotta be careful with that lock on it, also do that every time. We should be clear. Who knows? Alright, nice. Did we get the MP? No. There is an MP crate on that wall. Sometimes you can get it. It's somewhere in the middle on the bottom, but because the bugs were so far away, I didn't get it. Not a big issue. We're fine. I have more than enough MP to get through this whole chapter, so I shouldn't really be worried about it. It's just a surplus thing. That'll put me in a position where I can be really aggressive. I'd probably... Oh, man, Blizzard would have worked perfectly here. Blizzard Magnify would have hit both of the dogs and finished that fight off a little bit quicker. With a little bit less MP cost, but it's not that bad. A hard out Blizzard here. That should push him in. Nice. If you're super aggressive with that fight, unless the dog attacks you immediately, he'll normally be in range of one of those Blizzaras, and that'll wipe up about a third of its, 3/4 of its HP. Overcharge will do the rest. Otherwise, you overcharge into Blizzara there. The problem with most of these fights is the ground is very uneven, so you end up in a position where the ice spells hit the floor. We're gonna go this way. Should have gone for Blizzard here. Oh, what? Okay, I should have used Blizzara there, and I didn't get punished too hard for it. That's actually wild. The poison shot, there wasn't shit I could do about it, but this is actually like a insanely good chapter 13. Like, this is off the charts so far. Rats. Ooh. The rat positioning, too. Normally you don't want to roll because it's so slow with Barret, but because the rat was far enough away, I could dodge it. And I didn't want to get stun-locked into his recoil animation. We want to get out of fights as soon as possible because some genius said it was like, you know what would be cool? If Barret went 75% speed in combat. And everybody else was like, yeah! Yeah, fuck Barret! And then the guy writing the script was like, I don't think that's cool, and they told him to shut the hell up and kicked him out of the room. So we got more than enough MP to get where we need to go, and by that I mean I could actually melt the boss. I'm with you, Wolverine. I'm very upset about this mistreatment. Barret's a cool guy. No cap, I used to not really like Barret in the OG version. They did such a good job with the script in this version that, like, I unironically love Barret. The unfortunate part is his stats are just bad in general, so even standing for Barret, there's only so much I can do. Freeze. The Star Shower there normally wipes out the drones, but... Okay, we're gonna get out of here with Tifa. But yeah, luckily once we get Tifa back, we can leverage her speed to save a bunch of time. We're still at the mercy of flea timers. Could you go through the... Really? I mean, I'm usually waiting anyway, so I figured the Blizzard wouldn't waste or save time. It's just a safety thing so that I wouldn't have to do any follow-up. Let's I just did the Blizzard because I thought it would be quicker, but if it doesn't save any time, I'll stop using it. Just waste MP if that's the case. Charge you. Let's We want to walk this out, so I build up ATB with her. Thank you. That could have been really bad, actually. Should not have done it that way. I could have accidentally Omni-Striked there, which would have been really horrendous. Oh, dude, that little yeep is so cute. I think I might be falling in love with the JP VA now. We're going to use Blizzard here to make sure we do enough damage. Overcharge just to make sure. Now we're going to use some Blizzard Magnify because we have enough time to spit it out before we would get slept here. And then we'll follow up with a limit immediately, so the sleeps can't sleep parrot. Tifa, on the other hand, is going to be very vulnerable. But because she has binding subversion, or warding rather, she cannot be slept. Okay. No. Against the dogs? Oh, you're talking about the very first set of dogs? Yeah. I mean, what is it? Like, the explosion, it'd be like a second at most, right? Because it would be like a half-second charge and then a half-second of explosion. It'd be very minor. And, the risk-reward is super high, yeah. I guess, yeah, you don't really save the time anyway, right? Because you need to look at it and verify it. So you lose that second in decision-making. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I didn't even think about that. Please? Alright, so we're going to set Cloud back up and give Bear his things. Here we go. 306, yeah, that makes sense. I thought you meant against the cutter at the end. There are a couple of things I do because I'm greedy. The problem is that, like, they're only in very specific situations. And the situations where they crop up is maybe, like, 10, 20% if you're being super generous. Or, like, 0 to 5% of the time. So, the second that I would save in cast time and blizzard explosions, I would lose in quickly assessing the situation, then performing the action a little bit more delayed than just immediately tagging Blizzard Mag. It's one of those weird things. There's like some decisions that you can branch, but unless you have ample time to get ready for that change in choice, the time save is very minimal. How much does it cost for PC? I want to say it's still full price. It depends on which version you're getting to. Obviously, you'd probably want the Steam version. I don't know off the top of my head, unfortunately. I run this on PS5. I know there's also the Epic version, but I don't believe that's ever on sale. It was like $10 off like the first week, and then I think from then it's been... Love to look it up for you, but I'm in the middle of a run. Thank you for dropping by, though. Hope everybody's having a good Monday, Memorial Day, whatever it is for you guys. This run's pretty decent. A lot of weirdness. Yeah, that's a good idea, yeah. I keep forgetting that, like, the delay in choosing a specific option loses you the time that the option would save because there's no way to do it immediately without just YOLOing it. And then at that point, you're going to lose more time if it doesn't work out that way. Honest, though, like, Wind Synergy, or Wind Overcharge normally leads into Blizzard Magnify. But sometimes, well... Nah, you need the Blizzard Magnify, because sometimes the dogs are in really ass spots, so Blizzard will at least clean one of them up to the point where you can get out of there. Considering how weird some of this stuff is gone, I'm gonna say I'm super happy with a low 309 here. I'd prefer to see like an 08 or 07, but with how weird a lot of these fights have gone, it could be a lot worse. Renorn Rude was an unmitigated disaster, given the case. Well, it was a disaster, but it was mitigated, actually. Unmitigated disasters dying in Phase 3 when you get bad luck like that. Just not very well mitigated. If you have any questions about the game, though, feel free to ask. Fire. Oh, that was really delayed. Whatever. Takes a while to get fire anyhow. Oh, 92 MP? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. We're gonna spend half the time. I need to pull up my image for, like, weapon abilities, so I familiarize myself again with those before the, event, so I can talk about, like, certain weapons and why we might choose them or not choose them. outside of like the obvious ones, like Twin Stinger is trash because it's critical based. It's surprising EKG is critical based, but actually has decent stats, when most of the time, like, critical based weapons have trash. Or just garbage. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Okay. So, the reason I was rolling there instead of parry sliding is, like I said earlier, the crabs can activate a guard move that'll make them pretty much impossible to kill. Sliding right there can trigger that. We don't want that to happen. Okay. Pretty good fight. We can't heal up just yet, or else it'll slow everybody down and delay some of these cutscenes, so I have to wait a little bit longer. Luckily, there's very few places I can actually die in this area, but it is something I need to keep in mind. Hopefully, at some point, I'll be able to sit down with Steamed and Gamer and do a commentary on stream. Ideally, we would have been able to do more at the event, but I think Steamed is coming in Thursday, maybe Wednesday, so like we have one day to do like a full game run with commentary. And honestly, I don't even know if I have enough time to just run through the stupid thing. I think I want to do individual practice. Oh, that's super obnoxious. Normally Cloud will warp to where Tifa is, but I guess not today. We're gonna heal up just to make sure. MC suplex the bear, and then the bear became the guard. Yeah, I remember that. Large. You know, when you say the thing about large breasts, it's gonna sound kind of coarse, but when I was watching through Goblin Slayer, like his childhood friend or whatever that was at the farm, I was just like, Titty Monster. That was my name for her because she had no fucking name otherwise. Oops. I know it's a bit crass, but it was still pretty funny. I'm like, Titty Monster! Because that's like her trait, is just being voluptuous? Is that the right word? Buxom? Eh. What? Oh, it's a good thing I freaking healed. What? What? No, I want to heal here. Excuse me? I need to heal 100%. Too high a risk otherwise. That was really bad luck, honestly. That normally happens. Girl told girl with large breasts to jump up and down. Where do you find this stuff? Are you sure you are not watching a hentai? Because it definitely sounds like it. Alright, so luckily the crabs are in a good spot here. Nice! You can also snake in front of the choke here to get into fleeing sooner. That saves a little bit more time. Heal up with Barret. Heal up with Barret again. It probably would be better as a hentai. What? Where the fuck? You... No. That did do a lot of damage, but I'm not dead or asleep. What? I might as well be! What the fuck was that? What was that fight? I want to know. How did the fucking crab survive? What happened? Did Barrett's synergy get cancelled? I might as well have got cancelled. Oh my lord. That fight, not supposed to go that way. This is the only downside that where I'm gonna have to wear masks, because I make the stupidest fucking gamer faces when it comes to this game. Oh, you're missing out on so much. Unfortunate. Fire up, Dolphin Flurry. Let's fire guys specifically. Alright, pick the bot over here. Go. What? I mean, I guess that works too. I was looking for the cutscene skip, but I accidentally swapped characters instead. So far, the dialogue hasn't thrown me off too much. We'll do next run in French. Or we'll start the next attempts in French. I'm gonna be honest though, like I'm actually kind of torn. I'm liking the Japanese VA. It would be better if I could actually listen to it rather than just mash through everything, but I'm not hating it so far. I guess French is the next experience. So the reason we grabbed that crate in that fight is we want to have full MP going into Abzu 2 again. Like I said earlier, Abzu can be very... no, we don't have German, unfortunately. That would be dope, actually, if we had German. This game is only English, French, Japanese. If there's another, you know, language track, it must be European only. I'm pretty sure this is the same release in Europe, though. There is German? Well, fuck me. I guess I should have gotten a European copy. That would be funny to watch, actually. I took a little bit of German in high school. Maybe I could fucking relearn it if I play the game in German. Ein Akbar. It's just pretty bad. Oof. That's rough. Ground pound, let's go. There we go. Did I kill that one? Whatever. We got enough ATV to get where we need to go. Gotta stick with the lore. Italian? No, everybody is in English. Tifa's the only one in Italian. They love her in Italy, dude. We want Fyra. That is incorrect. Oh my god, I can't believe I got away with that. Unpunished. Let's fucking go. I can't believe that was enough ATV. I'm fucking making this game a lot harder than it needs to be. Door, 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 door. Yes! We must open it with our sword in hand, or else it doesn't count. Alright. A little bit too much there. Fine, whatever. Delete, grab, wind. A little bit too much. We want to go arrow, arrow, and we're going to go with arrow here instead. We don't want to upgrade yet. Catastrophe, Thundera, and Summer Salt. Okay. I'm going to stick with arrow. I think it'll get me where I need to go from now on. Also gives me a low impact spell that means I can get the MP absorb going where I need it, or get my MP back up to max when I need it. But yeah, if anybody has like a question about like just general gameplay loops or stuff that I'm doing in the speedrun, please feel free to ask. It's always a good thing to incorporate in the commentary for marathons, because if somebody that seeks this out specifically has that question, it's definitely going to come up in a marathon run. Yeah, why is magic so broken? Because the devs thought they were smart by giving us magic up and luck up, and then limiting how easily we can recover MP. But what they didn't realize is we have infinite time while they don't. Well, yeah, the thing is, in the main game, magic isn't this broken because the first magic up you get in Chapter 7, and you have to do like 3 additional switch puzzles to even get in that room, and then I think the other one is like in Chapter 12 or something. It's way late in the game, and it's only 5%. Because everything is maxed out, that's why it's so busted looking. Mainly, it's a combination of keeping my MP at max, using Magnify, and knowing when I can cast it to multi-hit enemies, and the fact that I have 2 magic up materia that give us a 50% bonus in our magic attack. What do we have here? Okay, they're both in a good spot for once. Nice. So there's a lot of things that go into it. Most of it's routing choices. Arrow, route. Oh, that's gonna be both of them. What is this perfect ATV, by the way? What? Yeah, well, there's a lot of risk reward, right? We're using magic. We have 2 magic up. We're going with a magic focused build. Cloud has pretty decent high magic. 20% cost reduction, 20% damage bonus at max MP, so we can keep that 20% bonus most of the time. And we also use Berserk as well, which further increases our damage by 30%, and because most of that is going through a weakness multiplier of 2, the damage gets dummy thick, dummy fast. Wrong direction, A, win. Shoot hit both. Okay. Cool. I almost got the glitch. Nice. I almost glitched the damn thing out. Funny. Excuse me. That what? I don't know if that thing's dead or not, but we're gonna have to deal with it. Okay, everything's dead. Good. Little bit scuffed, but we got there. This time, I'm not gonna let the blast race murder Cloud out of my own stupidity. But yeah, the real thing is, hard is not this easy. It's because we're going all balls, no brain, if you know what I mean. It is a lot of brain, but we're going really gutsy here in such a way that we're targeting the enemy's weakness and drastically increasing our damage. So it spikes our magic to a ridiculous level. The thing is the devs figured, like, not getting easy magic recovery. No benches can no longer recover MP. Items aren't activatable, so we can't recover that way. And there's only a few special abilities. Arrows. Okay, so that is a little bit close. The other thing too is because we don't have any strength bonus materias, nobody really has strong enough physical attack to really like do as much damage. Tifa's the only one close because she has Star Shower, which buffs the next move used by 70%. So she actually can punch things and do enough damage. Otherwise, it's pretty much magic, unfortunately. There are a few other strats, but, like, enemy skill self-destruct is magic-based at the end of the day. Synergy is obviously magic-based. That's part of the issue, actually. Synergy being 0 ATB and MP actually, like, really breaks it and screws up the game balance pretty hard. I don't think they realized how much it breaks things. Alright, so arrow does not work on that last ray, like I thought it wouldn't. Let's see if I can recover the last MP before I get arrow off. Everything else dead? Everything else is dead, we're okay. Full MP. Ooh. Yeah, normally, like, the game wants you to build ATB, but because we make sure to use Skill Master, ATB Stagger, ATB Assist, and First Strike, and ATB Boost, all the ATB building materia efficiently, we can keep our ATB pretty well flooded and stocked as long as we're doing things in the right order. Excuse me. Oh, because I didn't close the shortcuts, yeah. Oops. I was like, why can't I switch shortcuts? Speaking of mindless mashing. Alright, let me bonk a little bit here and see if hopefully we'll get the good pattern. Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go, baby! Get on, snatch. That's actually way harder than it looks. Switch over to Cloud. Tifa somersault. Arrow this idiot. HP boost. Arrow again. Arrow again. These Helitroopers shouldn't be able to kill Cloud, but I'm not risking it. I will be taking a lot of damage from the Valk minigame because the amount of bursts of bullets it does is what determines when the game ends. Switch Barrett here. Okay, good. Let's heal up Tifa. Tifa heal up. Oh, Lord. It's fine. We do want to do this, though. Get synergy. Yeah, the thing is like, in new game, building ATB is a huge pain in the butt. Especially since a lot of the ATB building materia are so out of the way to get. And without leveling them up, they're fairly useless. And to top it off, materia slots are very hard to come by in the lower difficulties, so... 2... 3... Charge. Okay, we didn't get punished. Okay. I do kind of hate switching to Cloud here, because the extra arrow would do some additional damage. Actually, no, I think we will do it that way then. Arrow Thunder. Switch to Tifa. Okay, Cloud's probably gonna eat shit here. There ain't much I can do about it. Oh, Cloud didn't die. What the hell? That's a shocker. Thunder would have made that a little bit quicker. Not a great run, but we are pulling it back ever so slightly. Maybe if I had menu properly, it wouldn't be so bad. I think I'm liking Arrow as a shortcut more than Arrow. Gives me more options and faster damage output. I don't know how many places I hard need Arrow over Arrow. And for a lot of those phases, Arrow is just overkill for the most part. I'm surprised Arrow can break the barrier, but it's fine, I guess. So these fights, right? Well, not breaks the barrier, prevents it from spawning. You can't break the barrier on Valk. You have to hit him before the barrier goes up and interrupt the move. Nice. So yeah, wind is gonna... These spells would not be doing enough if I didn't do everything in a very specific way, to be honest. Okay, they're right on top of each other. If I, like, launch these spells at the wrong time or move too much, it's pretty much GG. Garrett Thundera? Oh, that's awful. Hero. What? You suck. Arrow did not kill Arrow Mag. That's kind of a shame, isn't it? Start spamming arrows until everything dies. Everything died. Okay. Let me out, please. Thank you. That door is super cursed. I'm not sure, like, if you have to stand back to get it to operate properly. Could very much be possible. Pure. Alright. What do we have here?
明日以降で頼む。
封鎖されて。
とにかく上へ向かおう。
Oh, that's not good.
この先にエレベーターと非常階段がある。
研究施設はすんげえ上にあんだろ。エレベーターに1票。
That does actually remind me, volunteering is still open, guys. If anybody's planning on going to the event and hasn't volunteered, please consider it. Just one shift would be extremely helpful. You don't have to take on a whole bunch of work. Just the one shift would be enough to give another staff member a break. And if you don't like it, you don't have to submit again. But we have producer roles this year, so no matter what position you'll be in, there will be somebody that is experienced in most, if not all, of the fields that will be staffed. So there will either be an experienced member that can escalate the issue or help you resolve the issue immediately. So, as you can see, the deadline is getting close in June 4th, so anybody that's planning on attend, I would appreciate it if you'd consider it. And from what I understand, the attendance numbers is up, but the volunteers numbers are not this year, which is very sad to hear. So we're doing a little bit of hand over hand here. Nothing too special going on, we just want to... these are actually a little bit easier to do with the camera instead of changing your angle with the left thumbstick. That's your actual movement thumbstick. Yeah, I figured the case, PX. I'm preaching to the choir, but, you know, I have it up there for a reason. I am staff, and if for some reason there's somebody that's chilling in here that saw the hype stream and came by, but hasn't, you know, decided whether they want to go to the event, I would highly suggest anybody available to go to the event. It's so much fun. But not even, like, in terms of, like, oh yeah, you should go to the event, pay your money, and then volunteer for us. But, both are super important. I'd like to see more people trying the event out. And if people feel comfortable with it, that they volunteer a little bit of time. Thing is like the impact, you are there for a little bit longer because we're RPG based, but you can request games that you enjoy that you would be watching otherwise, and the setup is so lightweight for the most part. Set it up at the end, at the beginning, and then you can sit there for however many hours the run is normally. Like, if you want to watch my run, but we're okay with not being in the audience, you could always volunteer to do that. And cover setup during my run, and then watch the whole thing from behind the desk. With chat and everything. This is a little bit different than watching on the projector, but hey, somebody's got to do it. Which is actually really important, because myself and Gamer will probably be... I'll be doing the run, and Gamer will be doing commentary with me. Dude, unironically, most of the friends I've made is basically because of volunteering. Yeah, it is screwing around. It really is. It's unmitigated tomfoolery. It's a lot of fun. I'm so glad that I went to, like, the first SGDQ and volunteered. It's where I met a lot of people. And it made it a lot easier for me to open up and talk to people because I had to. Part of the workload, right? Actually, I don't even know if I volunteered. I just found out that they had, like, no volunteer schedule. So I ended up helping. So we want to hold still here just so that we get the quick combat exit. The button takes a while to activate anyway, so... Braver it is. Sometimes A doesn't get pulled up into the Star Shower, so it's just easier to Braver there. It won't one-shot with the Mithril Saber, but the Synergy follow-up will, so it's just quicker to mash it out that way. I just brought it up because Bob posted something about being a bit ill. in the Slack. And that was really something he was a little bit worried about, so I wanted to make sure to help alleviate those worries if at all possible. Personally, like, the interview stuff, I'll probably handle 99, if not 100% myself. Because it's a lot of stuff. Regression series. Uh-oh. Yeah. Dude, I hope they drop a ban list for Master Duel. I'm so sick and tired of seeing tier limit. I was watching Joshua Smith grind out a bit of the world champion stuff, but I didn't watch any of it because he was playing tier, and then he switched over to Sprite at the last minute. I was like, oh my god, this is actually bearable. Not until tier pack is unavailable. I think it's not going to sell anymore. That's just me. I'll be right back.
次のブースではシンラカンパニーが展開している事業について部門別に詳しくご説明したいと思います。え、こんなこともやってたの？と驚くこと間違いなし。お楽しみに。よく見るやつだね。散々スクラップにしてやったぜ。いかがでしたか？シンラカンパニーが手掛けている事業やそこから生み出された結晶の数々ご覧いただけました？我々はこれらを駆使し日夜皆さんの安全をお守りしているのです。さて次のブースでは魔法エネルギーや魔コーロのことミッドガルのことをすべて説明しちゃいますよ。お楽しみに。
Yeah, on that note, I don't necessarily mean like tier. I mean, tier eventually does need to get hit too. But Ishizu enables too much in that deck. That shit needs to be 1-1-1-1. Right across the line. That's it. 1-1-1-1-1. You want a mill in a casino? Not every card is an ace. There's too many hits in that deck still, where like a mill 3 or a mill 5 will get you where you need to go. Some people would disagree, but I think that the Ishizu stuff just gives it too much right now. The Ishizu stuff can come back once tier gets hit, but I think tier is more fair than the Ishizu cards, to be blunt, I think. Since it's simultaneous milling, tier affects more decks in a or not tier, but Ishizu affects more decks in a toxic manner. I do actually want to play tier. I just don't want to play a deck that's so fucking busted that people want to scoop the minute I play the game. So I'm still only playing Sprite right now. Live Twin Sprite, to be honest, because I like the worst version of every fucking deck. I was watching Joshua Smith play with Pure Sprite with the Frog Engine. Holy shit, that Frog Engine's so good. Search Max C, bounce it to hand. That's probably the most toxic interaction. I mean, to be fair, tier is a highly skill-intensive and, like, you know, contextual match where, like, you have to choose when to shuffle things back, you have to choose when to mill, you have to know which, you know, things to go into. Your deck build can be perfect, but if you don't know what you're doing, that build won't do squat for you. Tier is like a, you know, a 6 out of 5 on the difficulty scale, but it's super boring to watch because everybody's playing it. It's a 50% saturation. It's too much. Easy. See, like, the thing is with Sprite, though, with tier, I get slow? That took a while. Yeah, I mean... I would play heroes, but those combos are pretty involved. At least Sprite's pretty streamlined. Selection. I try and get through my Sprite combos. Oh, are you kidding me, Tifa? I try and play through my Sprite combos as fast as I possibly can. I don't really have too many intricate lines with Live Twin Sprite. The only problem is sometimes I forget my locks, and then I'm like trying to go for a specific play, and I'm like, huh? Why can't I IP? Because you summoned the evil twins, you don't. Fiends only. It's usually why I don't end on IP anyway. I don't even know why I still have IP in the deck. Yeah. I actually, like, did some of my missions. I should have done some more, because I had a lot of, like, the 100-gem, 50-gem missions that only required me to play, like, one more game. But I got, like, DC'd 3 times when I actually went to go play my daily game yesterday. And I'm like, nah, I'm not playing this, like, super sweaty frickin' grind event that's coming. And then, trying to win a game or play a certain game. This my god, the last person I played against was some fucking stun player. And all I could think about was you, PX, and wanting to choke the hell out of you because it's your fault. Fucking Moon Mirror Shield, Border. Moon Mirror Shield, Jaugen. Moon Mirror Shield, this. I was like, I hate this. Like, I literally had the Sprite negates and everything. I went for red like a dumbass. And then I was like, oh, Carrot would have been the perfect one to get here. Dude. I like, Carrot negated a Moon Mirror Shield, and then I was like, oh, fuck. Wait, do I want to destroy it? And then I thought about it, I was like, if I destroy it, he's just going to card a Demise into it and activate it again. Unless Moon Mirror Shield's once per turn. Moon Mirror Shield isn't once per turn, right? I should have read the card. I know Moon Mirror Shield, like, matches attack. Plus 100. Yeah. Not OPT. Alright, good. Then it was right to not destroy it. I thought that was the case, because I was like, he'll just slap it down again, and then I'll lose my board. If I had gone second, the game would have been easier, because I opened at HFD and frickin' Lightning Storm. So I had to let him wipe my board after several turns, and then Lightning stormed away as frickin' Jaugen and Border, and then actually got to play the game again. And because Sprite is an endless Congo line of stupidity, basically flooded the board quick. I don't know why people don't run Gamma Burst. It's so good in BO1, Best of Ones. I'm bursting! I'm bursting! It's a pretty decent run overall, by the way. Nothing much to talk about here, just commentary, marathon stuff. We do have the stair segment just before this, so that's... What are you doing, Cloud? I didn't say back, I said left. Whatever. Yeah, I really wish... Like, I want the more weird formats. Highlander, Exceed Chronicles... hold on, I gotta do this, Iron No, and then I believe it's Reinforce, Mithril. Then we gotta go into here. Oh, wait. Thundera, SD, Triple, Send, True, Thundera? And then... Magnify. Yeah, but, like, normal, rare, like, those games are paced so much better. I can't believe they're gonna add dual tryout. I'm just like, why? This was awful last time. I'm not playing 3 games with a trash deck for a single pack. That doesn't even come with an SR guaranteed. No way. No how. I upgraded to Ascension, right? I'm gonna double check, because I'm worried about it. Yeah, that would have been catastrophic if I hadn't had Ascension there. Well, actually, no. Yeah, I needed to upgrade to Ascension. It's not a matter of having it equipped. It's a matter of having access to it. Cross-slash wouldn't be enough to push me through Phase 2. I'd have to do, like, Triple Star Shot or some dumb crap like that, I think. It's not... Definitely, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is definitely not a good game, though. In a lot of aspects. What do we got here? This is the preferred strat. This fire might be a problem. I guess not. And we're good to go. Normally what we're afraid of there is getting hit by fire or blizzard to... Oh yeah, I saw the 100 legacy packs versus 20 master packs. Got absolutely clapped by just big numbers. This... Move over. I really would have expected 20 Master Packs to do a little bit better, especially since he got, like, Mo Yi and frickin' Draco Slayer, and, like... Can't believe Labyrinth is the best deck! A little bit delayed, but whatever. Here we go. Alright, Tifa, please don't die. What? How'd I get in that? Mithril Saber, no. Goddard Emerald, yes. Era. What are you... Tifa, I said true strike. Hiroga, Star Shower. What am I doing? This is gonna take forever. I can't believe I got away with that. Yeah. Well, the reason I said that is because he got Moye and one of the Draco Slayers. It's not really good synergy, but he had like 3 worms. That was the silly part. Like, he straight up had a lot of... He had a few options to trigger Moye. No rank 8s, but... What are you gonna do, I guess? It just shows that, like, in a limited format, that numbers just end up being better. I really, like, I'm so sick of seeing, like, dual, whatever it is, DC Cups. Anything but DC Cups. Like, DC Cup plus, like, a more casual event. Or just, the DC Cups don't give you anything. There's no reason to compete in them. It's just a second shorter ranked ladder. Which is crap. Just absolute crap. Yeah, that was the even funnier part, too. You gotta mash through this dum-dum. That you can skip, though. And I'm playing very bad. I guess Doug was the fish in this situation. He can indeed synchro summon. Wall. That's not a wall. Let's go. Alright, so we're coming into the last chapter here. This is where everything that we've been using up till now gets used all at once. What? Whatever. I wanted to True Strike the one that's Wind Magnify wasn't gonna kill, but he jumped out of position, so it screwed up where Magnify targeted. Annoying. Luckily, I had enough ATB to just immediately kill. I probably should just start waiting with Tifa, so that way I don't whiff anymore. Yummy! Yummy, yummy! Sorry. I go a little bit silly when I hear the one Japanese word I know. Oh, that's a wall. Fun fact, this right here is not a cutscene for Cloud and Barret on their entire path, but any place Tifa and Aerith would do this, it's a cutscene after you flip the switch. So sometimes you'll see me trying to skip that cutscene on Cloud and Barret's side, because I'm just, like, not really thinking about it. Pretty much, yeah. I do play it on mobile, but it's only because I have a Wi-Fi connection. Otherwise, if you try to play on mobile, it, like, freaking buffers every single time. Like, your connection is gone every time anything happens. I don't know if they fixed it yet, but the last time I tried it, that was the case. I can't believe Arrow Magnify. Yeah, that's probably the case. That is probably the case. Any single interaction and the Wi-Fi logo pops up. Oh, did you normal summon a monster? Do you want to activate the effect? You activated the effect, what's the target? It's like watching frat house kids drink or something. So if we want to get a decent time, we got to get out of here in less than 30 minutes, but I don't think that's possible. We'll see. Sometimes I get good. Sometimes I die trying. Damn it. Arrow. There really was no reason to not, like, do that targeting in the menu. Yeah, I didn't need that HP anyway. Pretty solid fight. A lot of these endgame fights, we really have to be very careful with how we do it. Oh yeah, I can do that first. Thanks, Barrett. Okay. I don't know why that menu was backwards, but whatever. What do you keep? Probably Fusion. Because then Fusion wouldn't be in an arms race with the other types to get where it needs to go. If you, like, want something that would be used more generically, though, probably, like, Exceeds. As I think if you were... I don't know. I think Exceeds are just more interesting than Synchros. And the same thing, like, Synchros and Fusions have the same investment, I feel. But, like, since Exceeds can be so generic, their power level doesn't need to be nearly as high as Synchros or anything else. Links are way too generic. Shouldn't exist. I mean, are we counting Pendulum monsters, too? No, I'm thinking about it. So that's both extra deck and main deck. I guess that's technically both. Maybe Pendulum? No, that's a toxic answer, I'm just kidding. I got one there. I need to start doing the menu here, I think. No, after this switch. Mithril, no. Metal, yes. Goddard, yep. Then we need to swap out this, this. Oh my god, this is so awkward. Yeah, because there's no save point here, so that's why I'm trying to do the menu a little bit earlier. We're going to confirm that we have everything on the right spot here now. Excuse me. I wonder if it's worth using an Eriga Magnify in the dog room here after the initial error. It's definitely would one-shot at that point. You really only need one stagger, though, to get the next chunk of ATB. Dude, what is going on recently? I'm just getting, like, all dogs over and over. This is going to be a little bit buggy here. Easiest way to fix it's going to be like this. I didn't necessarily need to heal before I picked up the MP crate. But if you get Tifa to go under that junk immediately, her kick will get, like, blocked for a little bit. So I decided to just cure first to lag it out. That's super annoying. Normally you're trying to get Tifa to warp over to Aerith there, so that she will skip out on the landing animation from Somersault. Alright, so that was a big W. I swapped out the way that I do the menus, so I did the equipment first, because it makes more sense to do it that way. We're not going to bother grabbing that extra crate up, not worth. So this fight can be very quick. The Zeninays are really strong, though, so it's not very common. What we're going to do is go for a somersault here. If I get really lucky, that happens. And then I waste a bunch of MP on that. But it's still a lot faster to cast Eriga there, rather than waiting. Because if you have to start casting Eriga after the somersault doesn't hit, you're in a much worse position. MP is going to be a little bit tight here, but that's fine. We always plan for it to be this tight, and there is an MP crate I can get on the other side without losing a bunch of time. We want Thundera, Somersault. Okay. Alright, Aerith's HP will be fine because she's going to get Bloodsucker on the next couple of fights, so she'll fill her HP back up. No issue. I do have healing on Tifa, but since she's the one doing the movement outside of combat, we want to avoid healing with her if at all possible. It's not always possible, but it's pretty close. Let me double check my HP here. MP? Okay. I'm not too concerned about Tifa's MP taking a dive here. We only need like 30 or 40 MP because we need resist mag. And then I would like to have access to an additional Arise or Cure, depending on the situation. I'm going to swap out Cloud setup here with Nailbat, and then get rid of that garbage immediately. Wrong character. Goddard. Give me magic. Ups, back. First strike, and then I need first strike from you. Into a ability. Discord. And there we go. We're off to the races. So the next several fights are actually very difficult. Disorder would hit both of the dogs here. The thing with the Bloodhounds is they're very obnoxious and weak to ice, but they can also dodge ice unless they're stunned in some way. Zeninaes here have a lot more HP, so we either disorder to hit them both or triple slash. What that'll do is get Stardust Ray off of red every single time. Then I can refill while they're hit stunned and get Cloud up to full ATB to self-destruct and clear the fight. We could put Iron Blade on, but it would severely hamper my magic. And him getting popped into the air would make ending this fight take forever, so we don't go that route. The additional magic damage on Mithril Saber is super nice, too. It's the difference between, I think, like, I think 399 magic attack, 390 magic attack, versus, like, 456 or something like that. It's quite a bit. There are some Mako shards I can grab out of that one, but I don't care. The only big issue here is the Morph Blade. I just need to make sure I come into this with full HP. Thundera. This is really unfortunate. HP boost. Unfortunate, but not too bad. We want Barret in that center spot, but sometimes you have a bad position and there's not much you can do about it. I just wish, like, trap cards could be usable without, like, being literally evenly matched. Just banish your whole board except for one card. Oh, okay. Power creep is ridiculous. So this fight's one of the hardest. I'll explain it after. Into a focus thrust. Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more careful since I whiffed that one. He's done. Hitting or missing doesn't really matter too much. I could somewhat reliably one-shot if I landed the Thundera. There's another set of MP crates in here I could grab, but I don't need them. Cloud only needs enough for a couple of Berserks and a Haste, and that's about it. Maybe a few Blizzaras if I'm feeling really snarky. Fire off a Catastrophe here. We could have fired off Catastrophe before the flashbang hit me, and Barret would have retained full control and I could have moved around during this cutscene, but there's no way to kill all these brain pans quickly enough. So we just let it go. Catastrophe will wipe these out much quicker than anything else we could do. It is a pretty big time investment, about 15 seconds, but if you can figure out some way to clear this room 10 seconds or less without relying on Catastrophe, let me know. Because I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist. Without, like, a ton of luck. If you have a way to consistently clear this room and clear that fight with 10 seconds or less, I'll take a look at it for sure. It's probably one of the biggest places you could theoretically tame side, especially if you could clear it in like 5 seconds. That'd be fantastic. We don't need to heal Cloud here. We will take a hit from Swordpede on purpose, but we don't really need that much HP to survive it. We're almost done with the underground, with the laboratory here. We'll have one last phase with Tifa and Aerith. A lot of the fights are a lot harder, but because Tifa and Aerith have the strongest damage output, they can very easily post through those fights. Dude, my brain is so scattered here. I'm like, is he speaking French? I thought this was in Japanese. Huh? So we're gonna Blade Burst here. It's one of the easier moves to use, so we try and use it a bit. All we have to do is open the ability and press right once. It cycles us down an entire set of the list, one page, and lands on Blade Burst every time. There's a couple of moves like that where it's a single up input or a right input that'll get us on that specific move. Yep. Into down, down, burst, magic, magic, synergy, and first strike. Okay. Let's try not to mess this up this time. Wow, I didn't mess it up this time. Let's go! This is not going to work out as well as I... Oh, it did. There's a couple of different ways you can clean that up, but those enhanced shock troopers are very resistant to magic, so Tifa's pretty much the only way to clear that fight consistently. Should be enough to clean these guys up. That uppercut was top tier again. That's like the 5th or 6th fight I've buffered an uppercut in. This is getting really obnoxious. I am not being very careful about that movement at all. So, using the parry sailing does get you a lot of speed and momentum. But if you screw it up like that, the uppercut will eat all the time saves that you did have from having to wait for the uppercut to finish to start moving again. It's only a big deal when you need everybody to be in a neutral stance for a cutscene, or in this case where Tifa's the party lead. So it switches to her. Even if I change the party leader, Cloud will almost always be doing the movement. The party leader just makes the game switch the camera immediately at the start of the fight. So you have to go through the same camera pan regardless. It just happens instantly. So there's really no time save in swapping that, especially since you have to go into the shortcut menu to do it. You can switch party leads if you didn't know, but it requires you to go into the shortcut menu to do so. We're not going to be switching anything back here. We're going to be taking care of this boss the old-fashioned way with Grit and Girth. She's at 67. Yeah, we're going to go for a Soul Drain for sure. I don't feel like doing a Thunder right here, because that'll put me down to 50 some. Well, 67 is not that bad. It's about right, actually. I need to, like, count out exactly how much MP I need for the boss fights. And how much I need if I'm gonna go for the extra strats. And, like, how much slush I need. I need to do a little bit more calculation. Because I have 2 MP ups on her right now, but I'm gonna cut 1 for Skill Master at the end of this phase. So her MP will diminish proportionally. It won't just, like, remove the 50% from there. It's a little bit more nuanced than that. Overcharge. XP boost. SD. Thunga. Thunga will take a little bit longer here, but it will always do enough damage. Trying to hit the head here with a somersault, which we did. Here we go. You can cast Thundera instead of using Soul Drain there, but the thing is, Thundera will cost you 11 MP, while Soul Drain will get you 3% of your max back, which is a whopping 3 MP? Yeah, something like that. Just makes your life easier. Hard Edge, Sonic, Metal. Oh yeah, I gotta stop. That was it. What am I doing? Hard Edge, Sonic. Wait, what? Wrong character. Sonic, Metal, and then we want to do the thing. This Ice Skillmaster into a Blizzara, Berserk, and Dolphin, Dive, Dolphin, Demag, Thundiga, Blizzara. Okay. Okay. So we're ready for Genova now. I like to menu there because up until this point, Cloud has a bunch of extra HP up materias. So it makes healing him out really hard. Wow, this is a lot better than I thought it was, actually. 409, huh? I guess if I stop playing like crap, I can actually get decent times. I think PB's still off the table, though. This still should be like a 32, as long as I don't punt too hard here. I do like offside kicks, though. I like missing the uprights and then yelling and saying the uprights were moved on me. Damn game, moved the goalpost, Dip. I got cheated, Dip. Yeah, PB is a little bit off the table. Because we need to get out here below 410. We still can have a very good run here, 32-33. So let's, guess we'll just grab out the timer here so that I don't have to struggle to grab it during Sephi. So at this point, we're basically in boss rush mode. We have 3 bosses left to clear this chapter, and then we have 2 more in chapter 18. We won't be doing the motorcycle minigame, because that's easy peasy. I'll have to remember when to remind for Reno, or for Rude blindfolded and Rufus blindfolded, assuming it doesn't get met immediately. That's something I need to keep track of. So I'm going to shut up here because Genova is extremely difficult to deal with and is very input heavy. If I miss any input or do it too soon, things are going to go bad very fast. So I hope you can understand.
これは愉快な状況だ。頼む。
Into self-haste. What? Wait. Limit. Dream Reaver? What the fuck is Aerith on? Ability, ATB Ward, Cloud? Nice reflected, idiots. Counter stance. Tempest. Triple. Star Shower. Braver. Star Shower. Okay. I think we need to heal up Aerith here 100% at this point. We're gonna Kiriga. Why is she on Nano? What the fuck? Okay, that's supposed to be dive kick. We just won't use dive kick. Resist. Nice. Of course. Good word. Berserk. I almost had a heart attack there. Holy shit. Well, the whole run almost died there. Oh, she doesn't have Dolphin Flurry on. That's what it is. We're gonna have to take the bench, unfortunately. Big Bertha, yes. Daughter Dummering, yes. Focus Thrust. Actually, this works out. Focus Thrust. Dolphin Flurry, Dive Kick. Everything's correct here. Aerith shouldn't get hit by Valkyrie, but I'm not risking it. This run is not that good that it's worth the risk. I'd rather finish it. I agree, Wolby, I agree. Alright, attack, disorder, full combo? No, attack, disorder, braver. At full combo, switch out, focused, switch back in.
大丈夫なのか。消え失せろ。行け。こちら完成。
了解。
俺を舐めているのか。
まさかギリギリだ。だがこれがいい。
今度こそ二人きりだな。
忘れられない夜にしてやろう。光栄に思う。なめる。これだ。
Oh, my HP was really bad there. Alright, let's go. And it didn't pan out. That was not worth doing it that way then. Faulted discharge meant I was 100% safe. Actually, no, I would have died to this because I'm stupid. That's bad. Okay, we want to thunder the laser cannon. During the cutscene, overcharge a billion times. Okay. Yep, it's a good thing I healed because I would have died 100%. Because I took 1,000 damage there and she was at 800. There's no way to heal her in between outside taking a bench. Super obnoxious, but it is what it is. Blizzara. Double Tempest. Double Thundera here. Bah. Fist, Thundera, single poke into charge. Thundera. I don't think it's worth that swap there. Maybe I shoot and then overcharge immediately. That's probably the right play, actually. Pretty good, pretty good. Now let's not focus too hard and not mess up the whispers. So we did do both the blindfolded fights, whether you believe it or not. I don't give a shit. I did it, and I'm the only one that needs to know I did it blindfolded so that I can reinforce that and not worry about it during a marathon. Especially on this pace, that's pretty ballsy to do. One more. HP up, swap, swap. Elemental for this. Wait. Yes. Iron Blade, no. Mithril? No. LMG, no. And then we put you on Mithril, no. Metal, yes. Goddard Gunrun, yes. Then we want to put Magnify on you instead. Into Blizzara, which stays. Nope. SD. Blade Burst, I believe? Yes. Alright, so. Gotta remove this color, because it's not there anymore. Well, this is a pretty decent, warp entry, to be honest. It could be a little bit lower on a really good run, but for a marathon run with blindfolds, and I didn't screw up either of the fights, I'm pretty happy with this. Unfortunately, this fight can be the most awful if you play poorly here. There's a few strats I could use to save time here, but they're just not going to happen. This ATB is not good enough to justify not using boost here. Gotta be careful. If I move too close to this debris, it'll knock me out of the ATB boost animation and cancel it. about. Okay.
生きてたか？
嬉しいか。
まあそこそこだな。
So these first two phases, we're just going to self-destruct. Theoretically, we don't need to bother with the reprieve ability here, but there's no reason to bother unequipping it. It just makes this first phase a little bit easier and less reliant on ATB. And it'll make the next phase a little bit easier because I can build the ATB pretty reliably in between the two. Normally, the phases 1 and 2 have a timer before the next phase will start. Normally, you have to wait 1 cycle before you can hit that, but because I'm going to SD right here, I'm going to do enough damage to trigger it immediately without meeting any of the other conditions that would make it take longer. Okay. Ah, that's unfortunate. If you can get knocked this direction by going to the opposite side of the arena, Barret and Tifa will always get knocked pretty close to this pipe, but if they follow you to the other side, you'll get knocked back a few times like I did there. I do have a limit now, but that's because I took some extra damage. Normally I'll have to self-destruct twice to get a limit. Really all we're looking for is to self-destruct and kill at least one of these Whispers here. We want to hit red. If we get lucky, we can go for red and yellow. That'll make my life a little bit easier. Super obnoxious. Barret's. What? Barret, please. Arise. Cloud. Switch it back over to Tifa. This timer starts as soon as I self-destruct, so right now I'm just burning time, waiting. Pretty good phase 1 and 2. Didn't have to take a lot of extra actions. Decent ATB going into the next phase, and we got the limit we need. We're going to hold on to this limit for now. The limits do not meet the conditions outside of Somersault to trigger the timer immediately. So we hold on to this until we absolutely need it, which will be in the next phase. There's really not much I can do here, so we're just going to kind of chillax. I could heal up Tifa, but 6k is more than enough. Probably didn't need to go for that extra overcharge, but I wanted to make sure I had it. This happens very often. For some reason, Thundaga and Aeroga can be cast by blue or yellow while they're not in this fight. And a lot of the time during that cutscene, one or the other will get cast. It won't hit us at all, it just scares the poo-poo out of you if you're not ready for it. But it's not consistent enough for me to even bring up until it happens. Right here, we're going to have to fight blue and yellow. We want to take blue out immediately. We're actually going to go out of our way to shoot with Barret so that he'll stagger blue and one-shot. As long as yellow doesn't get too far forward, we're good to go. Unfortunately, Barret is not going to have any way to push yellow back if he steps too far forward. Then kind of bummed, but it is what it is. We're going to limit here, because this is one of the first places where we can use it and have it pay out. And we're going to be using Ascension, not Cross Slash, which has much higher damage, is usually a lot longer, and can apply a ton of stagger. In this case, it doesn't matter, because these guys stagger based on damage and nothing else. That's super annoying. Oh, I fucked that up big time. We want to make sure that we stagger yellow here separately. So that's why I did it in such an awkward way. Rise Cloud here. Didn't go the way I kind of wanted it to, but it worked out fine. I wanted Barret to stagger the blue, and then have Cloud's Ascension kill with the upper slash. But because he got hit by Aeroga just as I wanted to do it, I would have never been able to get Barret to stagger in that case, unfortunately. Because once again, they stagger when their HP is depleted, not when they take a certain amount of stagger damage. There's only one other enemy like this in the game, the Blast Rays. They only stagger based on HP damage. Stagger doesn't mean anything to them. The only thing that staggers, therefore, is to dictate how long it takes for their bar to empty back out. We need to make sure we're on Barret after self-destruct there, or else we don't have enough time to arise. And we'll either come in this fight with 1 HP, or we have to arise, which will get us half our HP, so we'll come in this with about 2k. We don't need all of our hit points, but we definitely want them just in case. I tend to talk during this segment because I get really uneasy, so I start talking. Otherwise, I would. It's more of a nervous tick. During the fights, I don't like talking, for sure. I know better. But kind of sitting here and not saying anything makes me feel uneasy. Like I'm gonna make a mistake, so I'm kind of like going over it in my head. Nice. Good lord. Don't you dare hit me. Keep track of points? Huh? Yeah, I should be keeping track of points. I am in the back of my head. Barret has almost none right now because he didn't stagger. So the chances of Barret getting in the fight is actually 0 at this point. Aerith got the red, Tifa got Bahamut. That's the wrong character. But it's definitely something I should work on, yeah, you're right. Now Tifa has blue, Aerith has red, and we'll give Aerith yellow as normally planned, and then like Tifa kill big. Barret didn't even cast Cure, so I think all he's cast is a Rise. He has like no points, now I'm thinking about it. No, he did a little bit more in the other fight because I didn't give him the stagger. Thunder up. So we did all these fights in a specific way to make sure that we get Tifa first and then Aerith. Barret can only come in slot 3, and at that point, Sephiroth becomes weak to magic. So we don't want Barret there. If we could get Barret, we could take him in slot 2, but not slot 3. Because getting Aerith early is awful. We want Thunder. Okay, nice double cast. What? Did I almost exit that by accident? That would have been really ugly. What did I swap out there? Good ATB, though. Lizara, get on in there. Perfect ATB. So if we manipulated points properly, which we did, Tifa will come first. Aerith gets the same amount of points that Tifa and Barret get for the same action together. So she functionally gains twice as many points as everyone else. So Tifa has to get a lot more points than Aerith to get her first. We're gonna go for a Punisher stance here, not because it's faster. I can actually sneak in 2 hits to stagger before, but it's a lot more consistent, in my opinion, to go for the Punisher stance there. To get the counter and just be good to go. Alright, so this is where the rubber meets the road. Sephiroth can go and we give us 1 of 3 elements. Wind, lightning, or fire. We do not want to see fire. We can deal with it, but we don't want it because it's a pain in the butt to deal with. Wind and lightning use the same exact combo line. Fire uses a completely different one, so it's really hard for me to maintain. I haven't had a chance to practice it yet. Unfortunately, there's no way to manipulate it, so we just gotta take the dice roll here. Thunder, so we need Aeroga. Or Aerora. Aerora. Into focus thrust. Into infinity end. Let's go. So yeah, once we get this phase down and I have my limit, it's GG. I can kill without the limit here, but it's not very easy. It's just easier if I carry this limit into this phase instead of Dolphin Flurry. But I can also use Dolphin Flurry here if I really wanted to. Oh, so that'd be a pretty low 33. That's fine. Start a shower, Thunder go. Oh, it's a 32. Nice. Not... This actually might be faster commentated run. Yeah, this is a faster commentated run. It's 30 seconds off PB too. Well... 26 off PB. That's very reassuring, that even with blindfold I can execute enough. I know where a lot of the time loss was. We'll get there at some point. Pretty good run. I guess my commentated run just got replaced again, which I'm super happy about. I'll probably... I usually keep them for a long time until I delete it. Problem is, I probably deleted a lot of my PS4 PBs because they're so much longer. But I guess we can upload this one on YouTube to show off the newer route. Yeah. Alright, let me stop the recording and wrap up the stream, I guess.